Alright. Hello and welcome back, everyone. Oh, we did our last game capture not on EU5. That's right. Gotta change the settings back. So, as some of you may have known, for some time now, I've gone absolutely feral for this stuff. The possible X in towns and cities. And the mistake that I've been making is I haven't been anywhere near feral enough. Like, really, economically speaking, this stuff is a lot stronger than I was thinking it was. And so, I think I need to fundamentally change the way I approach the game, because at an average of 25 dev, which is conservative for us, looking at some of the math, and to be fair, this is if you have all demand types unlocked, which we do not. We do not have porcelain unlocked as a demand, we do not have lacquerware unlocked as a demand, we do not have all the New World demand things unlocked. So this math is conditional on some things that are not currently satisfied. But for every, like, burger you build that is giving you 250 pops employment, you get roughly 2 ducats worth of input stimulus. So, like, the 250 burgers are going to eat 2 ducats worth of goods at base prices. And that's way more stimulus than I thought. Now, obviously, it's not going to be 2 ducats for us because we haven't discovered porcelain, we haven't discovered lacquerware, we have not gotten all these New World goods. But we've been doing some spreadsheet analysis on some of the inputs and stuff like this. And we are dramatically underproducing, I think, burger buildings. Because burgers specifically give, like, we're talking, sometimes we occasionally talk about, oh, the stimulus from the 100 of these guys. Bro, the burgers stimulate just slightly less than clerics, so you get 200 a building. And 250 a building in the following age building, and so this type of thing. Clerics are underpowered. No, they're even better. I'm saying that, like, you need to go feral for everything. This thing is the main driver of the economy, to be honest. That's what I thought before, but now it's, like, even more. Well, main driver is maybe not... First driver is probably more accurate, because after a certain point, the main driver becomes the input goods for satisfying the demands, right? Or this is what we notice. If you're fulfilling the demands, the bigger driver of all the input goods in your entire market is going to be input somewhere else. But this means that doing anything with, like, peasants is preferable. You'd rather not. Or laborers, even more than I thought, because these guys consume, like, 1/16 or something, or I think less than that, what a burger will consume. Like, it's not close. Talking about spreadsheet analysis on stream, I'm reporting... Oh no, god damn it. I forgot that violates Twitch TOS. I mean, we're gonna play Happy Rainbow Time. So, max out clerics and burgers, max out everything. Also, we're going to be making a video on it soon, but was a little bit interesting to note that the nobles proportionally consume way more RGOs. So if you're doing a really RGO dense economy, it makes aristocracy better. That was also an interesting thing I found. Like, you lose something real big by going plutocracy. And the nobles do give, like, 10x the demand of burgers. So, like, on a pure demand basis, like, aristocracy is going to be strong. And it's going to be stronger if you're RGO based. And this is also, to some extent, probably why big capital economy oriented just in general, why it seems better is if you're always pushing plutocracy, then capital economy gets better. When I did my spreadsheet about pop consumption, it turns out one noble consumes as much as 50 burgers. I'm not going to show my spreadsheet on stream because I don't want to get canceled, but... I think that, the difference for us, Elia, is if you were looking at actual numbers rather than game file numbers, the actual numbers... So here's the total demand for the nobles per 100,000 pops. In my spreadsheet is 18,586, and for the burghers it's 1441. I haven't yet throttled the demand for books and paper by literacy in that spreadsheet, but it is also including the New World goods. So if you consume more RGOs as a density thing, then presence in the New World goods is going to be important. Where do nobles get money from thin air? That's actually WOD. They take it from the peasants. Hey, Erica. How do you think 1.1 is shaping up after 10 A's step down? I mean, I generally have a pretty high amount of confidence in Johan. And I think he is adjusting pretty quickly to feedback. I think he came out the gate swinging a lot. And now he's adjusting and slowing things down, which I think is good. I think the pace of updates was, like, really rough for a new player base. And that's why it's mixed now. And the aggression was a little bit too much. And look, we're not getting updates every week anymore. He seems to be very willing to adjust his strategy based on new kind of ideas of what might be effective. There's a lot of changes that I like. There's a couple of changes that I really would like to see that I don't see any kind of inkling of, but they're not easy changes, so I don't know if I even would want them to appear in 1.1. Like getting rid of all the efficiency modifiers. Spam bad burger buildings is the way to go. Even bad burger you might even want to subsidize stuff that has good inputs. Like maybe going tailors guilds and subsidizing them, like as Castile, when you have a bunch of wool anyways, is like the way, and you're just like, this is like, because subsidies are a way to re-inject money into the economy. And, like, just to, like... The input per building here on a printer shop... Let's not look at a printer shop because there's, like, 4 inputs. Let's look at a paper thing. Upgraded paper thing. I said an upgraded paper thing. Wherefore art thou? Level 2 paper thing. Because we did our look at, like, the level 2 paper thing. Alright. Paper workshop. Okay. The amount of inputs here, so this is 0.15 plus, this is base price 3, yeah. Why don't we be generous and call this 1.5? So 1.16 of inputs. That's the stimulus to the economy. You're telling me that by producing this amount of burgers, I can basically double that? Like, the burgers are going to add the equivalent to that. And so... yeah, that pushes our cloth and wood price up. The real issue is that you are going to get throttled by... You're going to have these... You're going to run into goods that are just going to completely throttle you. And, like, lumber is one of them. And you're not going to be able to profitably build lumber. You're forced to drag your face through the mud building a bunch of lumber mills, right? Which is what we've experienced anyways. Like, this is our understanding of this type of thing. And so then the question becomes... which of these are the least intrusive to my economy? Right? Where I can just spam these and subsidize them, maybe. And, so if your theory is correct, you want to be at max building slots almost always? Yeah, but, you have to more than recoup the cost of the building if you build it knowing you're going to delete it. So I don't know exactly how I feel about that. I mean, we gotta, to some extent, think our way through it, but if we look at, like, all the buildings... Okay, here, let's approach it from this direction. Let's look at all of our goods. and look by what we have the enormous goods balance in, and look for things that are inputs. So this is an input in a couple of industries. Alum is an input in a couple of industries. Sand is an input. So in theory, we could add tanneries, right? Because we have excess of these. And we will not... What we don't want to do is to build stuff for which we are going to force ourselves to have more peasant economy to support it. Although, to be fair, and this is kind of insipid, these guys provide the potential employment, even if they're not employed. So maybe the case that you want to just build stuff and then leave it unemployed if it's not going to be profitable. Actually, that's probably what you want to do. Ugh. I suppose that at that point, marketplaces are just better than everything else. But the thing is, yeah, because if the marketplaces can't employ because there's not enough of these goods, that's kind of fine. That's kind of whatever. Now, Johan went too far in the other direction. Not running a beta will leave issues undetected when the patch drops. 1.1 beta was the perfect way of handling stuff. I think that like 1.1 beta wasn't something in isolation. It was preceded by like 3 other betas. So you want specialized economy based on RGOs you can develop the most? Sounds logical. Well, not just that, but like you like the beer. Potential profits is ass. We don't really care if we have a surplus of wheat, and this is the way we could squeeze out more buildings. But then I just realized you don't even need them employed. The potential employment applies no matter what. So then maybe it's about marketplaces. You just spam them even if you, like, they're marginally not going to be useful. Okay. We have a ton of money here. So, I think we're going to try and get some more auto-expands going. Alright, all of these... We have an excess of alum, so we're going to do this. And then urbanization is going to be more important than we've thought it was. So probably just want to be more aggressive about urbanizing in general. How much is... What is our cost basis on this? Do we have the full collapse? We have very nearly a full price collapse. When will 1.1 drop? Sometime in February? I want to say mid-February, but then I think I read something that said early February. But not this month. Why do we care about potential employment? Because burghers eat a ton of goods relative to peasants and laborers, which stimulates the economy. We don't care about potential employment on the laborers, for example. Looks like we've consigned that to produce food. If you don't, like, push nobles, like, horses start to suck, but, like, horses, you get so much demand off of nobles. But we're looking for kind of the bad RGOs with decent pop counts and looking to upgrade them through. Lead's not a bad RGO, but it doesn't... Well, we're making actually decent money from the lead. Do we have an RGO on auto? We could probably put the RGO on auto at this point, considering, well, maybe 10,000 ducats isn't quite enough. Once you get to the point where you're never going to run out of gold again, I like to just kind of put the RGO on auto expand. Is beeswax something we care about having more production of? I don't know. Has anyone seen the Russell Crowe movie? The Herman Goring movie? I was thinking of watching that. Okay, so we need to get a lumber price collapse in Venice. We would prefer to build out just the lumber RGOs, and we have all these guys as our subjects. So... okay, we need tools. Just gonna add 5 and then put it on auto expand. Auto expand it out there as well. Okay, so looking... so tin, I think, is maybe worth is it worth urbanizing? Leave this coastal lead urbanized. It's probably fine. We could upgrade this, but I don't think we have... yeah, we don't have a full price collapse out of these guys yet. We haven't really fixed up the markets here in the north as much. Could spam masons where they have stone. Don't want to overbuild them because of city upgrade and downgrades that are going to happen here when we look to annex them. I think we want to accept Genovese guys. The gift size scales with our economy. It really should scale with their economy, but... does anyone think that they need to nerf total number of buildings, make them cost double, give double? I wouldn't have an issue if buildings got more expensive. So I think that the easiest site at which to like nerf the economy is like every source of tax efficiency, both positive and negative, just cut it in half. And do the same for production efficiency. When to purchase cities? I've been meaning to make like an inflection points video, but you start purchasing cities when you look at how much tax base you're getting from like stuff in your core area. And then building in towns on the periphery is really not that rewarding. It's kind of like how you evaluate it. Evaluate your way through it. Which isn't really that specific, but the issue is that it kind of like really depends. That's one of the problems with just like everything in EU5. Like the answer is like unsatisfying because the answer is usually like it depends. Like I can look at something in like specific and like try and answer the question. But just like in the abstract, when to build more cities, like you build the cities when the cities are like more rewarding than the cost, which to be fair is generally pretty deep into the like. If you're like a European, usually upgrading to cities in the first like 40 to 50 years, you're gonna have better opportunities. I think playing tall varies greatly. Depends on how much you can push max control. Best playing tall government is arguably republics, but I was wondering if you have a ton of vassals too. Well, I think the best government just categorically is probably republic. Except maybe multiplayer, it's better to play theocracy. The thing is, like, monarchies are just super butt right now. Okay, we're getting some expansions going. Maybe we should take a look at some of these places and see if we can push more industries there. So, like, here we only have one industry. We know that there's fiber crops there. We know that there's a lum in there. We know that we want more burgers. Dyes are actually one of the most tradable things. So let's do that. Dyes are really tradable for those of you who don't have the game memorized, which should be a lot of people. Dyes are the most... how do we hover the tooltip in the way that we want? Okay, but my screen blocks that. half of trade capacity. So you only need to use half as much trade capacity to move dyes. And it's like the only producible good that's like this, I think. So. Alright, yeah, okay. So we have these two urbanized places, which I think that we didn't get anything going in. I'm expecting paper to look really good here. Spinner's Guild looks good. Well, paper doesn't have, like, input requirements. Spinner's Guild does. But we'll try and find places to put down Spinner's Guild. Carpenter's Guild we're not putting in. Carpenter's Guild is... So, for example, Carpenter's Guild is just going to force us to build a bunch more lumber mills. And so this is why we're avoiding it. But if we want more... If we want more wool... See, because we're producing a lot of... what is it? Fine cloth. But I think that we've already been really aggressive about pushing the wool stuff, the Spinners Guilds. We're looking for places that have wool as an input. Oh, this place doesn't even have wool as an input. We got it wrong. It's this. Yeah, already being really aggressive about it. I was thinking of upgrade. Man. The thing is we have such good inputs here that upgrading the lead maybe makes more sense than it would otherwise, but same with the lumber. It just feels so bad to upgrade lumber. Okay, cotton. Cotton means we could do in all of these areas. Spinners Guilds. Oh, and they're so ungodly profitable. Because now we actually have a decent amount of control over here, so let's get that going. And this is the auto-expand mod, which I think just should be, like, integrated into the game. Like, this was my most requested feature. Would releasing long-term TPMs as a theocracy be a good strategy for creating market demand? Assuming they will build in favor of the clergy in a way to push lots of clergy pops. I don't know what TPM stands for, so I don't know how to answer the question. I apologize. Like, people who are historically theocracies, if you release someone who's historically a theocracy, they don't get released as a theocracy. Just Percy, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. What's the best patch to play on currently? I want to play as Holland. Do not play 1.0.10 as Holland. Yeah. I would just wait. If you want to play the Netherlands, I would either roll back to 1.0.9 or wait. Jewelry 2 is 0.5. Jewelry. Are you saying we should build jewelry? Oh, you're talking about in terms of moving it. Yeah. Jewelry is also that. Jewelry has a higher base price as well. Jewelry, though, like, often you kind of get throttled by your inputs, depending on who you are. Like, we don't have any inputs in Naples for it. We do in Venice. And also, we have gold here. It's over here. Eventually. How much are we making per trade? Trade is just pure gravy, and it makes burgers. Right? So it's just going to be extraordinarily good. It's not what we want. We want the other tooltip. Thank you. So we're getting almost a ducat per trade. Right now we're looking at the country down here. We're looking at our trade capacity and how much trade profit we have. That's kind of... So this will be good. Also, I think trades in general improve your tax base in the aggregates, so... Because, like, you're exporting stuff you're producing, which raises the price. And you're importing inputs, but if you're importing something that you're producing and you lower the price, maybe it reduces stuff, but okay. So, basically, if they don't have a lot of market access, we're just going to add trade, I think. Very liberally. Especially right here, because they have, like, terrible inputs. So, we'll do something like that. Here, like, right on top of the capital, we're going to be a lot more leery about it because they already have max market access. I think we'll look to just add +1 to most of these locations, though. That way we get their promotions going. Like, if they don't currently have burgers promoting, they will get burgers promoting. Then we will have spent down quite a bit of cash as well. Unfortunately, we're also thinking of downgrading some of this stuff. Like, we're thinking of downgrading for the silk. Most specifically. I think that it's already... do we care about its harbor capacity of 25%? Like, I think we keep the other... Yeah, maybe we actually de-urbanize this. And then there's so many pops here is the thing. 68,000 is just a lot of pops. A lot of pops to be applying like these percentage modifiers to promotion to. Like we have per 100 pops, right? Burgers in towns and cities. And so when you have a lot of pops, this like shakes out to being a lot. I think we'll keep this one urbanized. Also has decent... Yeah, it's also farmland. Yeah, okay. That's fine. We're gonna upgrade it to a city. It's also farmland, flatland, etc. The fact that it's farmland also kind of makes us want to urbanize this a little bit. Farmland, coastal, we're just generally preferring to not urbanize the 8 food RGOs, but we can. It's not the end of the world. And then let's get in a city upgrade there, kind of somewhat close to the capital. And a city upgrade here. Which... Alright. It's maybe a little bit premature, but we have a ton of money. I think that's kind of our spend down here. Will your area region only run be live or on VOD? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. If I somehow find myself on the Mamluks in the multiplayer game on Saturday, then I might play the Mamluks in that way. Which seems kind of like maybe a good thing, because the multiplayer Mamluks can kind of run over everyone, and if I just play like a relatively passive Mamluks that's just ecoing only, maybe that's a good way to improve the multiplayer lobby and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, everyone remembers the dinosaurs, where the meteor killed millions of birds with 1 stone. Truly, the best multi-kill ever. So, I think we got a lot of really good eco stuff kind of kicking up here. I think we were pursuing naval hedge. The issue here is Majapahit way ahead of France, but they keep flirting with whether or not they're going to be a GP, and when they're not a GP, France becomes a GP. So what we want is to have more heavy ships than France, but less than Majapahit. Because we don't actually want... We don't want it. I don't want it, Sam. Samwise Gamgee. I think we were going after Pisa. Oh, being a theocracy is so much fun. Okay, this is only available when you're a theocracy. Yeah, let's maybe save. For the input production efficiency, do you have to own the RGO location? I do think you have to own it. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I think you need to own it. if I recall correctly. That would be a don't quote me on it though type of thing though. Okay. We're already max pushed towards spiritualist. You know what? I just realized we weren't intentionally keeping a clergy guy in cabinet. That was actually a huge leak when we were trying to push spiritualist. We want to get the equivalent of support a clerical cabinet, promote mercantile cabinet for the burghers, but okay. I think we're gonna do this one. And then this guy, we'll put him in on promoting us towards innovative. So what this parliament is doing here that's so strong is it's giving us, okay, monthly literacy, which is really nice because considering the conversion bug, that is getting fixed, or has already been fixed to 1.1, where if they convert, they lose all their literacy. But if you're not having that, this is really nice, the monthly literacy. And the progress towards innovative while we have the parliament going, combined with our cabinet member, is going to allow us to push to 88. Just 88? What the hell? Wait, what? Usually it's over 1. What do we have cooking? Oh. That religious aspect? Yeah, okay, that's fair. Administrative clergy also. Devout education. Yeah, instead of the other one. This one gives more clergy satisfaction equilibrium. Okay. An appointment of bishops. Yeah, okay. That all tracks. We will be able to maximum push around towards around 90 then, I suppose. Okay. Why do we want silk? Silk skips spinner's guilds on the 5 cloth chain, which means less burger demands. Skips regular cloth. It generally makes a lot of money, and the thing is more efficient, and you can do both. But this is something that's occurred to me, is that, yeah, it deprives us of demands. I was gonna check for our truce on Milan, and then I realized they're gone. I don't think, yeah. Gonna remove that man, that gentleman from the cabinet. Oh, we have to click our buttons, huh? Alright, we do want to support... Oh, the new cabinet action that got teased looks really strong. I guess we're clicking this. And this. We actually don't mind pushing towards inward right now because we just have a neutral kind of setup. Is there any law that we want to change? Strict censorship, same religion, mission on the high seas. Oh, mission on the high seas, we don't need that push towards naval anymore because we already did as much as we could with it. That was so nice though that we were able to do that. So I guess holy mission we want to change. Let's see what we want to change it to. Holy. Progress towards outward is something that we're into. The thing is we're planning on swapping Republic, so do we want to try and push defensive and go the fort maintenance route? I think it's better if we're staying theocracy, but other than that, us getting some outward progress would be good. Because we colonize faster. We could also just go inward, though, dogs. Inward's, like, not, like, bad. I think outward's better. But crown power is, like, a vibe. I'm not sure whether this is antagonism we generate or the other way around. The big thing is power projection. There's a couple other things that it does that are positive. It doesn't list them all. I can't remember them all either. Womp womp. This is a really big source of colonial migration, but it's hard to push it really high. I mean, it's hard to push inward really high, too. But the point is like, we're overall punting. We're punting this stuff that's maybe useful. Dollars to true faith's also almost attractive, but I think our satisfaction is just going to be incredibly high. But we do have that law. For those of you who've not seen the Insano law, Education of the Missionaries, which gives 50 pop conversion speed, so they will get converted real fast, and they are getting converted real fast to Waldensian. So this represents actually like a huge uptick in satisfaction. And the thing is if we're already really high, this extra satisfaction doesn't matter for tolerance of true faith, really. Like, we already have, like, these guys are at 100%. The Waldensians, I think, just in general are at 100%, right? And I think even if we have, like, non-accepted Waldensians, they're probably a decent amount. Like, I think in here we're gonna have non-accepted Waldensians. Like, no, these are Neapolitans. We have non-Neapolitan. Yeah, here we should have Liguarian. They're all Catholic. Oh, no, wait. So here we should have Liguarian. Right? Emilian Waldensian. I mean, I guess. Mungo, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. How do we feel about estate buildings? Is getting rid of toll castles in Parliament costly in terms of demand? How much? So, yeah, let's take a look. I wish there was another estate button to sort not by location here. Do we really not have any toll castles? Well, the toll castles employ peasants. And give 10 nobles. 10 nobles is kind of the equivalent of 100 burgers, but the local nobles' food consumption is kind of annoying. They're probably not bad. I don't really know, though. The modifier you get to population growth from having, like, a lot of months of food, this is something I was thinking about. I don't know, chat. What do we think are, like, kind of some of the systems that are, like, poorly designed? I think one of the systems that's poorly designed is you actually, cheap food and large food storage in province are not actually very responsive to how much food you produce. You just have to produce more. You just have to produce net positive. And I think the population growth should be more driven by how much food you produce. The thing is I think that probably was an internal design, and then it was too easy to push up population, and so they scrapped it. But as it stands now, just the amount of food you produce should have, like, a way stronger correlation on your pop growth, and it just, like, almost has no bearing on it. I think we're going to use this guy. Because we do want to keep clergymen, or we do want to keep some of these guys in cabinet. And I don't think we have crown power characters, right? Oh, we do. Oh, we do. Where'd you come from? Alright. I think we give him head of cabinet, too. Oh, certainly drawing a foreign order. Oh, we have more options now. Well, I think we promote him to head of cabinet. Oh no, we lose 5 devotion. And the thing is, he's doing something military right now. He doesn't have to, though. I think we own all of Abruzzi. We own all of this. Yeah. So let's do this, and then change societal values, and we're going to push with this guy because he's head of cabinet, so now he gets additional push. We're going to push innovative. And can we put him on one of these that gives... Do any of these give Diplo? I think generally I underutilize this mechanic. It's kind of a type of mechanic I think is just like silly, so I ignore it, but like that's not the way you should play. I was under the impression that they would all be military ability. I think the Brandenburg Swan. No. Was it Baya that had Dragon? Admin ability. Alright. I guess we'll just do this. So, a little bit less on the stab game. But okay. I don't think we have a way to generate claims on this. And that should be easier for us to go after. We're gonna fight Tunis. Oh, now's a real good time to fight Aragon, though. Just trying to think of how we want to spend our cabinet juice. Wait, did we not change that law after all the discussion? We didn't. Got sidetracked with discussion because we were like, this is maybe not good, but maybe it's good. I think we're gonna go fort maintenance. Well, it's not good unless we stack it. You know, we're probably going to end up being a theocracy for friggin' forever and not actually able to properly swap to what we want, so let's do that. You have any idea how much does 1% development increase goods demand? Yes, I know exactly how much. So base demand for goods is a multiplier of 1. For every 10 dev you add on top of that, you generate another half, 50%. So if you go from 0 dev to 20 dev, you will demand twice as much goods. I believe. Here, let's take a look at the needs. We could sort it out. That's my recollection. So here we have 3.5 in a place that's slightly over 50 dev. 2.5 of that is from our dev. One of it is base. So, a huge portion of our multiplier is coming from dev, which makes us having a really high population here in Naples where there is a lot of dev, like, really valuable because these guys eat a lot of goods. And in theory, us having like a high development of like Rome and stuff where the population is getting quite high is also going to be valuable because everyone's immigrating there. But we have 370k there and a dev multiplier of 3.5 or consumption multiplier of 3.5 with 20 dev. If we cut this in half, it will be, instead of 3.5, it'll be, what is it, math's hard. Instead of 3.5, it'll be like 2.25 or something. Yeah. Did Trump really say Davos that if it were for the US, everyone would be speaking German? I'm not sure if Hitler was successful. Like, even if it tracks that they would have been able to keep all that together. I'm not sure if that's true. I think also that's, like, kind of a stupid way of looking at it. Because, like, if the Allies... Look, if you just, like, acted like any of the major allies didn't exist, then the war is lost as well, I think. Like, Great Britain and the Soviet Union probably did more than the US overall. That's kind of hard to evaluate, though. But underutilized food provinces should grow even faster. Yeah. There we go. Favorite topic of the game, food. I agree a lot of food production and food tech, more impactful on pop growth, should be tied to the amount of food you produce. Yeah, I think it was just too hard to balance. My guess is that they couldn't balance it, and so in order to have much more muted and constant pop growth, they, like, tied it to, like, prosperity and stuff instead. Was food actually that tied to pop growth historically? Yes. Basically, like, the strongest, like, how much excess calories your country could produce was basically, like, the #1 indicator of, like, how much pop growth you were gonna have. And I think it still is. Well, actually, it's more complicated now, actually, yeah. But back then, yes. Are we annexing 3 right now, or 2? 2. You ever feel like Trump's motivation for wanting to steal people's land is the EU4 logic of bigger name good? Honestly, it might be. Scaling pop growth on actual surplus food causes massive balance issues. 100%. I think that is why it doesn't function like that. Because, like, that is the best way of doing it. Why theocracy, if you don't mind explaining? Yeah, monarchies, you have to pay for your government power resource, and theocracies and republics, you don't. There's no disaster here. We're not spawning a disaster because we're low devotion. So, and what we get off of this is 5% estate sat. Completely being able to throw the slider is worth more than that. So, it makes it so we functionally don't have to pay for it. But also this gives us one of the best privileges in the game. The 10% land. Do you think the new courtiers coming with family is going to cause issues with courtier content? I don't know. We're already on the beta, or yeah, we're on the beta. And so the crown power character we have, like this kid, might be a function of that already. Because this guy started with a daughter who's dead. Shout out to her. And a wife. He's a lowborn that was elected. We kind of like him because he was architectural visionary, but he's allowed us to get a crown power character. We can't marry him off because we're a theocracy, and theocracies, no marriage is allowed ever. But, like, the fact that fiefdoms, like, also break... Having fiefdoms causing issues where you get your dynasty bricked is, like, a huge issue for what is supposed to be a really strong advantage for monarchy, which is getting to have a lot of crown power. And I think monarchies don't get to realize that as well. 1.75 is half of 3.5? Yeah, but we were looking for 3.5 minus 1, and then half of that. And then... Never do math on stream. The thing is whenever you do math on stream and you get it wrong, you look really stupid. So whenever you start to do math on stream, like 80% of your brain power is just being self-conscious of the fact that you're, like, if you get it wrong, you look really stupid. Math is so much harder, like, math is so much harder to do. And I'm, like, not even, like, joking about this. Math is so much harder to do when, you, like, have an audience and you know you look really stupid if you get it wrong. Will we push conciliatory? We also like dev province. Do we have any big ass provinces that we acquired? I don't think so. 7 locations. That'll be 6. 6 and a couple lakes. This lake's actually useful for getting inland. We had... This has a ton of lakes in it, but it's still 7 locations. We were deving it before. Pushing areas across the finish line in terms of getting up to 30 dev is also, like, something that's maybe good. These guys are already over 30. We could go back to... I'd love to do an administrative thing to justify the fact that we sent him to an administrative order. That way we feel smart. And everyone knows that actually playing correctly versus feeling clever, it's more important that you feel clever than actually play correctly. Yeah, so maybe we should have had him join an order where he gained military. Stabilized country is also going to be fine here. Dev is just increasingly looking like just a really strong modifier, though. Just dev the home province, because I think that'll be fine as well. We specifically want to annex this guy real bad. Because we need more Liguarians. Yes! Yes! Lunch break over, we'll catch up on pod. Thanks for streaming. Have a good rest of your shift. That's an interesting target. Oh, we had gotten this for ourselves. Yeah. Wanted to be a little bit more internally focused, but this is probably fine. How much can we take? We could take full thing. We'll retreat these guys if we see, like, the inkling of a navy. But I think we'll just go right for the heart, look to just establish a foothold and get out of the sword relatively quick. And importantly, gain access to tribesmen, which we should have done forever ago. Just huge league. This family's German, and German is just another Germanic language. Everyone's speaking English and that instead of German before it was French. Oh, the horror. Yeah, I mean, soon everyone's going to be speaking Chinese. Really isn't too big a deal. Ba-ba-da-dee-da. This is a... Embark is a... There's a screenshot, right? Or not a screenshot, a hotkey? Alright. I got baited by the title. My mistake was undervaluing burger promotions, I think. I think it's pretty big too. I think also I was like already feral for them, but not nearly feral enough. The amount of promotion you get from the TLDR is that it looks like a big chunk of the value of buildings is just like the burger, like just the burger promotions alone is like a big enough chunk of value for you to just really value like adding the buildings. And this paradigm like kind of shifts the way you look at stuff quite a bit. That's like the TLDR of it. This guy, can we just step on the Capitol, bro? Chat, I got baited by the title, he says. Womp womp. Let's see if we can just catch some navies here. I think we have a big enough army that we don't have to... even with just half of them, we're kind of okay. Oh, we do not have a big enough army. Oh, the horror. Not like this. We should have thought that through a little bit longer. Jesus, where's our big navy? We sent it out to do stuff. It's got to come back. I don't know if we win this. Doesn't look like it. Oh, this is a no retreat situation. God. Nope, nope, nope. Can we not shatter retreat now? We should have shatter retreated. Alright. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. The tribesmen and cavalry are so strong. What's his army even comped of? Not even that much cav. Bro, why'd we get slapped so hard? Wait, why did we lose that so hard? Okay. I can't wait till we have templates. And then just 8 more. 9. We'll get up to 18, or sorry, get up to 15 cavalrymen. I think we want something that's, I think we want 18. and then 18 men at arms too. And maybe 12 cannons. Do they not re-siege? Oh, okay. I was like, they're not going to re-siege the province? That's crazy. Legs. When we free the slaves, though, they'll all be in one location, so that's going to be net good for us. I think also, yeah. So I'm trying to focus up a little bit here. Something like this is probably okay for the automation for now. The Roman Empire's population stacked because land was overused and agricultural tech non-existent, so peasants become more and more malnourished equals plague. Yeah. You also, like, just in terms of ecology and ecosystems, food is the, like, largest driver. If there's, like, enough food to feed, like, more rabbits, then they're, like, you know, if there's enough food to feed the rabbits, then you get more rabbits, and it's like, you need to have populations starving to death, basically, to stop population growth. Or, like, a hyperabundance of predators or whatever. Perfect. We want to catch some navies here. It looks like it's actually there fighting Navy too. Wait, we didn't kill a single ship with that? Oh, that's stupid. Let's go back. Let's go after winning some battles as well here. Dev IMO is the foundation of every good thing in the game. Yeah, it's pretty... It really underscores consumption a whole lot. Or it's very important for consumption. Did I even click the right button on that? I don't know. Where have they been enslaved? In multiplayer, just the ability to take slaves seems so freaking strong. Oh, yikes. So if we destroy all the ships, we'll be in good shape, maybe? Alright, so we're re-sieging all this. We gotta get faster at hotkeys, also, for multiplayer. Good Good day, Japanese mayonnaise. How's it going? Oh, bro. Japanese food always looks so dank. I don't know if that, like, it is always so dank, but it just looks it. Who do you think is the best country in India at GameStart? Delhi. Because you could just, exploit the fact that you can release Bahmani, play as Bahmani, feed Bahmani everything, and then reform Delhi. Can we really just not get a stack wipe here? Just give us the stack wipe, thank you. Can't imprison them. Can't get antagonism. I think we'll just leave them there. And then head this way. There we go. Excuse me? Why are we losing so many ships? Okay, well... in that case, rather than lose all of our army as well... It's because we didn't reorganize. God, you have to... You have to reorganize after each one of those things. It feels so stupid. Like, our frontage was bricked, basically. Even though we have enough guys. Because we didn't have it on auto-reorganize. Because we have a ton of ships. We have a ton of heavy ships, even. We detach damage. What do we got remaining? A hodgepodge of a whole bunch of combat ships. God. I think... What are we looking at damage-wise, though? I wish there was detached stuff below 90% or something. I think we'll just wait a month instead. Get the repairs on most of this. Maybe we have to wait 2 months. All the better. We're getting more of these guys together. Oh, that's a thing. So, we just wait 2 months on there. I'm pretty sure these guys can just wreck them anytime they land. They just don't have enough agency to land themselves. Thought your mom told you never sneeze in front of camera. Big true. The Moroccan man smoked you? He did. Maybe he went for discipline? Yeah, I didn't think we were going to lose that bad, but now we have the upgraded Lancers, so... Were we able to flip Republic? Not yet. Not yet, we're working on it. We're Theocracy right now, though. Maybe we just ignore this ish. It looks like they actually will be able to handle it in terms of how much units there. They just, like, play it intelligently. We're just waiting for the Lancers to fill up their units. Oh, I thought we had at least one thing from... Okay. Never mind. I made a big mistake. In this war, I thought we had at least one unit that was from this age, and we don't. So we're just like... We have same tech as this guy. Same, but not different. So... Oh, why'd I click that? Okay. So let's go. Let's just grab the... what we want here. I wonder how much ticking score we have. Yeah. Wow, the battles are even. Yeah, now we win the naval battles. So silly. Because we don't have... Here, let's refill the fronts. Because they also get booted off the front, so, like, it's really important you do this. But, like, if you leave anyone on automated because they auto-rebalance and you don't, you just get crushed in the navies. Naval fights. Feels bad, man. Is it worth it holding a parliament in locations in need of dev and prosperity? 100%. This is usually the way we think about it and approach it. Klepto, thank you for the Prime subscription. Big nice. I haven't gotten to test it yet. This Sunday, we put in a new sound for people who resub or have subbed longer than 1 month. I'm excited to see if it works, because for the longest time that's been kind of broken. The whole balancing armies and navies mechanics does seem rather pointless. There is essentially the best option. There is always. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Are slaves the pops and slaves the good the same thing? No. What's the relationship between the two? It's a 1 to 200 ratio. For every slave good, it's supposed to track 200 pops, but it doesn't always. Oh, for a second I thought he was making us declare on Croatia. I was like, this is some bullshit. Croatia's our subject, dog. Alright. Let's rebalance. Do these guys repair here? No, they won't repair from here. So I think we ship them back. And we're just gonna keep this as one big stack. One big happy family. Marrakesh will be a big chunk of pops, so I think we go Marrakesh into the capital. Marrakesh, loop back up, grab this, and then go for the capital. And this guy's pretty much over this war. The question is, what should we take? We can't go for a peace deal yet because there's 10% or a minimum 10% required. But we have ticking war score, so... How much of this do we have? Let's ask him for money. That should be slow him down a little bit. Where's your army, bud? Did you lose it all overseas somewhere? Womp womp. So we might have to take as deep as Seuss. Just do this, get to the coast with the Marrakeshi release. And then... that. For ourselves. That actually might be a little bit dangerous because we would not want Marrakesh to get pulled in there. No way we lose this, right? No. Was the economic testing being done? I guess it was more like thinking through us just uber undervaluing burger promotions. Like the way that we thought about it was like they were strong, but like perhaps as much as like half the value of this building is the fact that it employs burgers, which is a lot. And so we're trying to alter the way we're playing a little bit just to kind of maximize that. And so this means thinking through production lines just in terms of maximizing the amount of buildings that we are getting as burger buildings, rather than thinking of it from the perspective of maximizing net ducats just on its face. So like maximizing net ducats. And so this is an example of something someone pointed out in chat is us going for more silk, for example, might be a leak, because if we use the PM that doesn't use silk, we have more cotton requirement, and so in our economy we increase, if everything's at equilibrium and we're using in here, well, this should be using silk because it's in the silk province, so I don't know what that's about, but instead of using silk, I can't wait until we can lock it in, instead of using silk, if we were to use regular cloth, this creates a lot of cloth demand, so this means that we could build more burger buildings just in general, and then we could also import cotton even, and so that's probably overall an industry that's like really good to push. So that's an example. And so maybe it's less testing and more just trying to think through this, but also right now we're trying to focus up a little bit on the war. Flipperflop, thank you for the follow. If you have to pick an Africa tag or a series of tags to unite Africa, who would you choose? The one right here, I think it's Canal Bornu. It has probably the best content, but they have a really bad starting spot, so I don't know how we feel about that. Where's Freeze the Slaves? Did we not? They took our they took slaves from us. Why can't we free them? Let's make sure, so something that we actually want is tribesmen. Let's make sure there are tribesmen here. There are not tribesmen here. We have to own a location with tribesmen. We could hold on to this and not release Fez for an extended period of time even, to be fair. A lot of tribesmen here and here. Do that to get our tribesmen and then eventually release it as a subject. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Come to the dark side. Oh, that's interesting. Are you going to make a new video about it? Yeah, I made a spreadsheet, and this is like on the heels of the spreadsheet, and I'm still trying to think through everything in regards to that. Balancing armies is a minigame. There's a tic-tac-toe element to it, so there are edge cases, but the best solution, because combat system is so imbalanced that it doesn't matter. No, it's fair. Are you taking a piece of Africa? Trying to. Canal Bornu doesn't have any prox cost, though. Canal Bornu has a whole ton of cabinet actions. I don't know exactly what they are. And I think they do get procs. But they're an empire. Empire doesn't affect who you can form. This rank is not the same as country rank, or as tier. Tier and rank are completely different. This is actually just like a tragedy of the UI that causes conflation. Empire's irrelevant. It's country tier is what matters. Wait, do we have the occupation on this idiot? No, Hungary, piece him out, dog. Let him go. Quit playing with your food. Jesus. We could be absolute savage and take Fez. I don't think that works. Can we get back here? No, we can't. Mistake was made here. We don't necessarily have to lock in for ourselves ability to redeclare war, and we also don't necessarily need that, so. I think we want to end this war before he retakes this. And just have this be a quickie. Because this is also Religious War CB, which isn't even very good. Converting it to Waldensians would be a freaking meme, but we can't afford it anyway. We don't have to get war reps, though, if we really want to get this. Is there a way to do this that maybe makes sense? We could go for Suez instead, actually. Where would we want them to have their capital? Maybe on the livestock? Just a little bit shy of being able to take I mean, this stuff's so expensive because we don't have it occupied and it's also on Tunis. We should just ignore that. We could maybe even like take Fez instead. Yeah, it's being silly here. Unfortunately, we can't release Fez if we do this. So we would want to make it 2 wars. So here we can liberate Fez. And then let's actually take a look at tribesmen. We need to take a location ourselves with tribesmen. And giving our subject 3 locations makes them way less likely to break. We get a decent chunk of Antag, and then I guess we could go for money. Could also try and put them in the bucket. Now they don't want to go in the bucket. Liberate Fez from them would be funny. I think we just take money and do this. And we have what we want. We gain the tribesman estate and future CBs against them using Fez. Not to mention a kind of decent foothold spot. Yeah, I think this is fine. Can we put this guy on a hotkey, please? Do we have detached damage ships on a hotkey? No, we don't. Alright. So move over here, get our army back. Alright, interesting. now we have a subject. We will feed them this province. I think they are, yeah. This is also something that's super nice about theocracies. Your subjects get released as your religion. So this guy's a theocracy with the same laws as us. He's going to convert all this to Waldensian real fast, which is kind of cute. And we have here tribesmen. So because we have tribesmen, give it a month. We will get the tribesman estate. Perfect. We also, like, approached it a little bit more towards just trying to create more burgers, but we're gonna do a little bit more of a spend here in just a second. There's our tribesman estate, who we will tax nothing. And we just get a bunch of free bonuses. Woohoo! This is the one we were coming for, though. Huge leak to not do this earlier. Because we don't have, like, maxed out prosperity everywhere or something. So now our prosperity will go up into the 80s instead of just in the 70s. Tier and rank are different? Yep. Yep. How do you know what tier you are? You just have to know. You can check the game files. When we go to form a new country, we can also, like, it'll give us feedback that we're already tier 2 if we're trying to form something. In the world of levy, stacking cav on one flank, make it break early is a huge advantage, even at combat with. This makes sense. What's the main benefits of theocracy versus republic? We would swap republic if we could. Theocracy is easier to go. Theocracy could be better. Control of the borderlands is interesting. Procs cost through land versus 5% procs that Republic gets in Age 4. You also have a huge, like, you could stack reduction on fort maintenance as well. So you have some serious things going for you. One of the bigger things for theocracy is, actually, you know what, theocracy could be better because this is per 1,000. Probably not. I think Merchant Republic's a good enough gov reform to, like, overcome this, and that's, like, kind of the main appeal, but you don't have, like, an equivalent, like, more burgers type of stimulus. What's this? Wait, I don't remember. I didn't want to take this. Okay, well, okay. I flubbed that. That was unnecessary. It was gratuitous. I guess we'll still release Suez then. What? That has Suez land. Why can't we release this? Bueller? Oh, I'm stupid. Just kidding. There we go. Oh, we also got an annexation through on this guy. Perfect. We've been wanting to annex this guy for some time now. And then this guy can instead assimilate this. So we start getting the Neapolitans seated in here as well. I do think you need to have at least one to start converting. Oh, maybe you don't. Can you help me with something? What's the best way to upgrade paved roads? Should I just spam the upgrade button or should I go through each segment? I do it through each segment. I find that the automated upgrade thing doesn't exactly do what I want it to. But it takes a lot longer. It takes a lot longer. I don't know if it's worth the time. Bro, just know what tier you are. Basically, Tarkus gets it. Are there theocracies with monarch inheritance laws? Well, everyone knows that when you become a theocracy, you become a man of the boats. And you become an admiral election. You become a man of the boats. Yeah. Typing Susan in the search bar and nothing comes up is sus. Sus. Are you an imposter? Shh. That's my syndrome. What do you think about the Peasant Republic reform? It's good. Republic would still be probably best by virtue of the Peasant Republic reform if the other one didn't exist. Merchant Republic. Like, it's good enough. Alright, we got some building to do. I think. Yeah, this is gonna be a really nice foothold. More importantly, we have tribesmen. Can we give out the one for tolerance? Yeah, let's do this. That'll go a long way for the satisfaction in the area where we have where we're just holding on to this. Because that satisfaction should be terrible. Yeah. Terrible. How's our conversion going? Super fast. It's gonna take forever in locations like this. 106. Base 2. But our law gives us plus 50. There used to be more buildings that would give you flat amounts, and so I imagine the plus 50 was put in a time where, like, it wasn't as, like, not accessible, but... Okay, let's take a look in here. See what we're working with. Well, I do think we want to auto-expand the tools in the region. All of these, because we don't have a lot of provinces with iron. Okay, we also have a lum in here, so we can do dyes. What's our proximity look like? We're going through the lake here. Interesting we're landing here. So here. Guess we don't have enough stuff going on yet. This place is a city. What province are we in? Still in Naples. Or what market, rather? The Napoli market. So maybe a situation where we'd want to move the Naples market down. I think dabbing this province also maybe makes sense instead of the home province. It's got a river like going through it, and so gaining extra proximity through the river is gonna be nice. Because this will be like a vein through which proximity travels. Alright, we could see if we got our price collapses done here, though. Lumber's still expensive. Alright. Because we brought down the price of tools, I think. Not super low, but I guess low enough that we're just going to build some more lumber within this market. But yeah, I think we put the tools on auto-expand in those locations, so they'll continue to go. That'll sort itself out later. So we don't want to build in that location. Let's go dye maker. Dye makers also use wood. It's kind of a little bit of a downside. So, like, this die maker would be maybe something we wouldn't have put in auto-expand-wise before. But now it's like, okay, it's reasonably profitable, and it's using alum, and we have an excess of alum. And we're carrying quite a lot. Come on, someone got to know what files country rank is for each tag. Oh, you're asking for where the file is? I don't know. To me, it's a good design that you have OP conversion modifiers. Yeah. You also have stuff that gives you tolerance to true fate, though, Targus, so it does be a little bit of a thing. 20 clerics should be in all locations as a flat modifier. Are you... I can tell you that that's not how this works. This is a scaling. This is per 1,000 or pops. I don't know if that was a question or like it should be this way or it is this way type of thing. But... Alright, so added this also lets us add more spinners. I think that, yeah, we do have a full price collapse here. So we'll be a little bit aggressive about upgrading things to cities. Because that's going to create a lot more pop promotions as well. Oh, we probably can kind of figure out where we added new cities. Yeah, here we did. So we have like nothing for input goods. So the things that will tend to be good is paper, tools, but also I think that we're getting enough spinners guilds that we don't necessarily need to always have a bonus on it. Printer's Workshop's good okay as well. Let's just add tools here. That will continue to expand. The wine, I think, is a new one. Yeah. Also upgrade the alum. Seems like we have a huge glut of it. So here we decided, we elected to pursue beer. We could do liquor distillers guild as well. It doesn't really produce much value, but there's like nothing here other than salt as an input. Salt, what requires salt? Yeah, I didn't think there was any finished good thing that required salt. For a long time, I got salt and sand confused with the tanneries. Okay, so have them auto-expand distillers. Because they do have input for it in the wheat. Okay, we have a few new ones of these. These are starting to get into the other province though. But I think that we have a price collapse on... Yeah, we do have a price collapse on that, so... Let's get all of these producing just regular wool. But this also raises kind of an interesting idea where in areas of low control, you can spam more the like input-oriented like industries that maybe just like generally can't have profit, and this would be a reasonable way of going about it. Maybe countries' rank on start is equal to the tags tier. Would be an interesting way of doing it. Do you think dev area would be too strong? I don't know, because you'd be acquiring it pretty late in the game. It's like really more of a long-term thing. Like, I think Dev Province, like, is useless on like a 10-year horizon. Boats require salt. The ship. Not quite. Lower ship maintenance. Yeah, but in terms of stuff that for input goods. How you got so much cash? We build the things, we click the buttons. We go beep boop. Unfortunately there's not like a short answer to that. It's just like a lot of things in conjunction. I could never find the event idea for a new Muslim scholar to come. I just wanted my dev Maliki guy to come. Yeah, honestly. Just like the playing as Sunni experience unless you start with one. Is there a reason why I can't release Colonial Nation? The button's disabled. You can't do it if it's too close to you. Like, there's a restriction based on, like, I think region and... or subcontinent and continent, I think. Or region and continent. Like, you can't do it in an adjacent region, and you also... it has to be on a different continent. Free subjects or serfdom? Free subjects. Prosperity's too valuable. Generally. I think there's maybe some instances where you could make it work the other way around, but I don't think it's common. Cannons and tools. We've cotton, though. And increasingly, one of the things we need more is spinners. So let's go for that. Could upgrade the silk here. That'd let us do more spinners. Wheat and livestock too. I think I like that livestock for food though. 68,000. It's a lot of pops that we're foregoing the city upgrades on. Depending on how we're valuing silk, that might be a mistake. Maybe we're overvaluing it, as we've kind of considered. What is the... oh, Jesus, we have expensive tools. I think that this province doesn't have very good stuff going on, so this one we would make sense to make tools. We're only making paper here. We could add in tools to the mix. And then these guys need something else to build, so I think we'll just add tools to both of these as well. In theory, we do care about dev quite a bit, because the consumption really scales with dev. So maybe when we're urbanizing, we should also consider this, because our pop promotions are way more valuable in areas with high dev. So, like, we don't want to urbanize the foodstuffs generally, but maybe because this is a 38, it's worth urbanizing, something like this. Generally said generalist, he do be saying it sometimes. Is there a way to project control over the ocean? Not very well. You do it the same mechanic, but it's hard to patrol the ocean. You can micro it super, super hard. But, like, in terms of trying to keep control over North America, not really. There's too many segments to go through. Like, you can reduce the cost of every segment, like, coming through here. You can reduce them in the same way, but there's too many segments here. It's like, I don't think it's worth the investment. You could, in theory, like, kind of reduce it, though. So what are some high... like, this is a high dev location that we de-urbanized. Maybe that was a leak. We do need some amount of food, though. But like the alum, maybe we don't need the alum. So gonna get some fat development. I think we already got the one that gives us plus 500 flat burgers. Yeah, we did. And towns and cities migration attraction, which I suppose with like locations like this where this is maybe an interesting thing where it'll help us to de-urbanize them. What's your migration attraction, dog? Tell us your story. Like 0.37. Yeah, really low, so we'll really kind of tend to flow more. Really, my kingdom for some inter-market migration. What are we getting here? Paved roads coming up? Oh, Jesus. We're gonna pop off. I guess subject states? Yeah. You can own it directly and like kind of wow. Can you move your capital overseas to the New World? If you can move your capital overseas to the New World, you can build bailiffs there and try and make it work if you were determined. I don't like, from a themey perspective, I don't like directly owning land overseas, so I'm playing a game of Tunis. I ran out of food in your market. Yep, sounds like Tunis. You don't have rivers, and your lakes aren't next to all your best food RGOs, so it's a little bit tough. I'm spending 200 a month on food, and everyone's starving. Is it too late? It might be a little bit too late. It might be Jover, but what you have to do ahead of time is identify all your places that can build irrigation, like this wheat, and make them bread baskets. So, like, this wheat should just have a ton of irrigation, stay rural, and by virtue of being next to this, it can build irrigation. So you build farming villages, irrigation, and you stack them up. It gets a little bit easier once you have Columbian exchange, because you can exchange out, like, the top, like, little bit, and so you can add in a bunch of more potatoes. But same idea with this wool. Basically, every food that's bordering a lake, you need to turn into a breadbasket location. And maybe even on the fruit, which, like, feels bad, but especially on the +8 and the wools that can build irrigation, you need to, like, try and do it like this. You cannot build bailiffs overseas? Nope. Didn't England directly own Newfoundland and the Maritime IRL? France directly owns Guyana to this day as well. Well, I mean, the way it is representing, like, colonial administrations is with colonies. The way the game abstracts that relationship is, like, with subjects. We need to spend down some more if we can. I think we're at the point where we're kind of identifying every single place we want to urbanize, though, and we've done most of it. I think we do want to urbanize this. The beeswax is one I'm actually not sure whether we're supposed to urbanize or not. I'm, like, not confident in my beeswax analysis. You know what I'm saying, chat? Is anyone here in chat confident in their beeswax analysis? I don't know why I find that phrase so funny. Okay, so that starts to be in the wrong province where everything's more expensive. So, in the Naples province, I think we mostly have it figured out, other than we've been thinking of pulling the trigger on this lad for some time now. And the beeswaxes, we've been leaving urban, or leaving rural, but maybe we shouldn't. Salt we should upgrade. They have, like, no pop here. Saltpeter is, like, an interesting one. Does this place have a harbor? It does. It's not super good. I don't know how we feel about that. We added a bunch of markets to the Naples. Yeah, and so now we're only getting 0.6 per thing, but it's free ducats. Let's see what our trading volume looks like. We're just shooting out a ton of books. Like a lot of books. Like 100. So that means 50 of our book demand is from trades. Roughly. 50 of our, like, effective demand. Wait, how many? We're exporting 100 books and we only have... Jesus, we're super hard exporting books. I assume paper too. Half of our demand is from exports, which only count for half. Yeah, interesting. I bet our book things aren't even that profitable. I didn't see paper exports, but I'm confident a lot of this is just actually going into the, yeah, books. How much are they making? I bet they're like close to break even. Not a lot. The prod efficiency really helps though. We would consume more books if we had more literacy, but yeah, I think we're super saturated on the books now. We could try and get their inputs cheaper. They do consume a ton of wood, though. We've kind of already pushed down the price of paper to enable this. We already have these, yeah, producing paper because they have lumber in there. I don't... Are we exporting this as well? A little bit. We probably export more. If we added markets, more marketplaces. We'd export more books too, it seems. I don't know how feasible this is, Let's do this. These places kind of have poor market access. Here we can add villages if we want. Like, we want to keep it... Remember, we could increase market access, but like... How much tax base are we really getting from the iron? It's not like that tremendous. Doesn't really add to the party there. I think we do care about sheep farm RDOs though. Sheep farms here. So I think we want to get the sheep farms auto-expanding. If it's a place that we're going to turn into a food location anyway. So these ones. And this will help fuel the spinners. And then eventually we'll be able to handle much higher food needs in this like market. Because we have issues lacking irrigation, so that'll set things up a little bit better. And then I think we're already expanding farming villages in all these locations. Yeah, we are. So they will have really high food efficiency. You look at this, 95%. Food productivity, yeah, you can see what's going on here. So each of these will add like 10 food. But since we're expanding that, let's do farming village and auto expand in there as well. That's probably going to be mostly what we have there. Is it worth it to micro trade? Depends what you mean by worth. I think it's somewhat marginal. It's none of your beeswax? This is the right answer. Can't release historical subjects as colonial nations? That also makes sense. I always urbanize it based on nothing but vibes. This might be correct. For the beeswax. We need it for universities and marketplaces. I don't know if it's necessary for the marketplaces upgrade, though. Yeah, it is an input. I'm confident in minding my own beeswax, analyzing that it's better for my health. Seriously, I don't urbanize beeswax most of the time. It's a food thing, too. It gives you food. It's like, it's one of these split RGOs where, like, some of its value is in food and some of it is in the fact that it's got a, you know, it's 2.5 food and then 2 duck at base price, which kind of makes it annoying to evaluate. You'd prefer more polarized goods where they're, like, pure food or not. Is it even good province to keep every province with one city and grow the city? So you can make the province grow. So you get pop growth from food storage. You could get food storage from cities, but you can also get food storage from this. So this is helping us to actually grow our pops quite a bit. And the thing is this doesn't demand masonry. It demands clay and this. And tools, and the input demands, like, the input per food capacity might be better on farming villages than on granaries, but you value your building slots differently in cities versus not in cities. Like here, actually, it looks like our auto expansion's probably stopped because we have too many buildings. So like deleting granaries would help us in that regard. But we could delete fruit orchard here, and now these will actually auto expand again. So maybe we delete a little bit more. We have this closed, so we might as well just get rid of it. We didn't want to increase migration to this location. So now we'll get more auto expansion. I'm not sure we could support this many industries. It is the market capital, so the marketplaces are not going to be that useful. Let's do that, and it'll start upgrading these to these a little bit more. Looks like it's even though it's not adding a building, it doesn't like upgrading in that way. So that'll help us out, because all those book places will now upgrade. So just idling there. Doesn't failing naval agenda push land? Yes. Feel there's much more ways to push naval than land? Wait, what? The parliament option that you get pushes towards land +5, and the parliament option you get pushes naval +2. I think it's easier to push land. But the naval agenda, failing it, pushes land, yeah. Passing the land one also pushes land. With slave trade encouraged event giving negative supply to a bunch of markets, doesn't that make slave trading harder? Actually trading them? Well, it depends. It makes it easier to trade from the places that don't have the demand to places that do have the demand. Really like the Capitals video. Looking forward to North Africa, East Europe bid. Yeah, I gotta play a little bit more in Eastern Europe, I think. Like Carpathia, I kind of feel okay being able to evaluate, and maybe the Baltic, but Ruthenia and Pontic Steppe and Russia, I've taken a little bit less of a closer look at. Also Caucasus. Joust destroying that cathedral will be a small Wikipedia article in 550 years. There's not enough economic stimulus. It's like the reverse Jesus. The Cathedral of Naples was demolished by the King Bishopric of Naples because the King Bishop didn't want more migrants to come in. Well, when you put it like that. Wow, how does this scale? What the hell? Gives us a lot of gold, man. So you enable 51 and then the harbored men, keep it positive, enable and towards parliaments from events, yeah. Same with land. It's like slow to push, but a lot of people start with a huge progression towards land rather than naval. Having an heir and ruler with general or admiral traits puts you over. Yeah. It's important to like have the ruler have the thing. So this guy can't get married, but we don't really mind that because we have an elective thing. Which actually... we wanted to put a guy in charge here that we want to become the leader eventually. I think this should be all repaired up. It is. So where are we looking to get more maritime presence back here? Oh yeah, because this place we had to put back in. We kind of spent down a little bit. We're starting to get escape velocity money-wise, though. We can look at the market and try and see what's the most profitable building for us. Toolmaker guilds. We have a bunch of it auto-expanding. Carpenters we don't want. Spinners we're trying to push, and we are pushing it. Tannery we haven't really taken a close look at. Got a little bit of tannery there. No tannery here. We could push tanneries here. I don't think we have any locations with sand and livestock, so we're looking for places that have livestock and like not much else going on. Over here's probably good. No, that's the mega province. What about over here? Okay. Gotta be a little bit careful expanding it. Where has the most control? Probably this place will. Sabina. We'll expand the tanneries out here too. What's the demand profile look on this? Maybe we'll just do all three and it'll be a little bit more straightforward. The demand profile is going to be cattle, sand, tools. We just have to make sure we add sand. It's coarse and it gets everywhere. We had put a couple sand places into auto expand. I think we could do this as well here. Help out. I don't think we have much sand here. We already have defensive progress, so... $50 is the magic number, because we all know proximity is nice, but the real juice is Naval Harbor Administration. Naval Harbor Administration is good. Why don't you take Sardinia? We probably could. We don't have a CB on him, but we almost certainly have a CB on him. We kind of just didn't want to fight Castile, I think. We're not using all of our Diplo juice. Let's try and be a little bit better about that. I don't think we're gonna annex these interior guys for a hot minute, so... Probably do a little bit of this. Do we like that? Don't think we like that. Well, maybe we're okay with it. Divert trade's good. Wow, we can do it on some big people too. That's a Star Wars reference. What are we doing? Oh no, not like this. What are we doing here? It's 2026. You know, Star Wars references. I agree. You know, they're not exactly smooth. They're a little coarse, and they get everywhere. Just gotta slip it in, you know. Why do you fleets with 15 to 20 ships? This is how we are, Sure. This is how we're pushing maritime, because when the maritime will stop patrolling at 90, so they won't push all the way to 100, and they don't care about non-coastal locations, which we still use for propagating control. So, like, coming over here, we travel through this Ionian Sea location here, so we actually need this to go up to 100, and patrol seas will not function for that. So we have a bunch of different ones because patrolling with like a small navy is like doesn't work. Send you that way. And then just notice that we still have our naval levies raised. So 22 heavies, 31 transports. Let's build some light ships into this. I think we started this episode with 67,000 burgers. Or 670,000 burgers. Now we're up to 75,000. Peasants haven't gone up proportionally as much. Obviously we gained some tribesmen. I get too caught up with building stuff, same. Ally Castile, isolate, you're so right. So true, bestie. We were trying to ally them anyway, I think. Or are we allied with them? I think we were having an issue of this, but... Oh, we're still having that issue. Wow. Wow-a-wee-wa. Who's the most expensive for us? Probably... Bulgaria and Serbia, right? Yeah. Ferrara, who we're annexing now, is an issue. Verona is an issue. Croatia is kind of an issue. Naxos. Naxos! You're expensive? Why are you expensive, dog? Urbanizing the alum, too? What are we doing here? Like, I didn't even realize they were our subject. I wish I could automate the response to that to always be the same. Is land still best for India late game? You know, the more I play, the more I think that land is... no, I think naval's better. And a big reason why I think naval's better is I think that the trade range used over land is actually like a really nasty modifier. Like, the more I think about it, the more I think naval's just like better almost always. Like, you have to really want the land stuff or be able to push to minus 100 proximity. And if you can do that, land will be better, but yeah. Just like your humor, it's coarse and it's trying to get everywhere, not like this. Patrol Seas on navies, yet another automation that simply doesn't work. Also doesn't work, like, it really doesn't work when you have winter stuff going on. We can't show the winter potential because they took that... We can't show winter severity map mode. They took that map mode from us. Favorite movie? Ooh, I don't know. That's tough. That probably depends on, like, mood and, like, what I'm feeling and, like, also what time in my life. I just, like, that's... favorite movie? I don't know. That would take me a while to think through. I could say my favorite director is Guy Ritchie, though. How big should I make Colonial Nations? Thank you for reminding me that we can do this. How big should I make Colonial Nations is kind of an interesting question. And it's interesting because you would want to make Colonial Nations as small as possible. Or here, you want to make them as small as possible. That's kind of the answer. You want OPMs because they get to use cabinet actions and they have, like, force multipliers. They gain a whole bunch of extra dev, and they gain, like, a bunch of pop growth and this type of stuff. And if you make them bigger and bigger, like, the second that they're created, they get this massive pop growth modifier that decays. So if you add on to them after they've gotten that, that's less of that massive pop growth modifier also applying to the pops. The issue is that eventually it's too much diplo capacity, because each one of them will take their diplo capacity will get floored somewhere. So at a certain point, them being smaller is, like, more annoying for diplo capacity. And so generally what I like to do is I like to just make them one province and then give them room to expand themselves. And if they want to colonize themselves later, then they can. Something like this. But let's also do this as well. I think we're max spending on the dip. Oh, my kingdom for a source of more diplomacy. Okay, so now we maybe be able to accept Liguarian. Yeah, we can, as soon as we get enough juice. Is this primarily Liguarian? It is, perfect. So those will core as well when we do that. Getting core throttled there. Oh, did we get these locations? No? We already had them. We got these two. Kind of okay with that being urbanized. It is going to... We're not going to have too many... I don't mind auto-expanding the tools, though. That seems fine. This also seems fine, considering there's silk in the province. We're almost certainly going to want to upgrade that, but we don't have much pop growth on it yet. What's our pops look like? Kind of coming up. Getting decent growth in some places, or most places. Yeah, gonna be doing a little bit better on the prosperity front now that we have... A lot of it is prosperity. Available land, though, increases with development. It's very annoying that doesn't work properly. It is. 6, 7. How close are we to forming Italy? Well, we have all the stuff we need. I think the Italian Wars event just won't spawn. We have all the stuff we need. It's just a matter of annexing. We're 70 away here, and we need to annex specifically Florence and Milan. But not this Milan. We don't need to annex this Milan. We need to annex this Milan. Hope that helps. Which we probably need to increase relations with. This annexation's getting closer. We still don't have the... Yeah, they're just so big. That annexation's going to be big for us when it finally goes through on Ferrara. We will have most of Italy at that point. Maybe we just want to have at it and just fight Spain. Or Castile. No, we were trying to ally them. I think we want to dump our alliance with these guys, though. You're asking me to give up tech progress? Hell no. Flipper flop. Wait. That's not the right guy. We already thanked him for the follow. Oh! $20.69. Thank you, RRR984, for the tip. Much appreciated, my guy. Thank you so much for helping me learn how to play new Paradox games. You're very welcome. Thank you for the tip. Much appreciated, my guy. That will go to the snack fund. If you had to pick a location in your current country to live in, where would you live? Skip the trolling answer and say, like, Venezuela instead of Greenland, or Greenland. I don't know. Southern California is pretty nice. Or you mean currently in-game? I don't know Italy well enough in-game. Or I mean IRL to know where I'd want to live there in-game. What does your average literacy look like after the Waldy's Denzian flip? I'm glad you asked. It's awful. It's awful in some places. Urban places is really nice, though. And so our average literacy is actually going to be decently high. It's 45%. Because it pushes up real fast in the urban locations. Speaking of, let's maybe take a little bit of a look at urban... civilian infrastructure we could build that makes some sense. So we haven't done that in a while. Do we have a price collapse here? Big question, we do. It's gonna be big. I think that this also has noble potentials, right? No, burgers, but that's fine. Yeah, we should have done that forever ago, to be honest. So we're looking for it to cost low 200s. It does. Boom. Looking for it to cost low... it's good enough. While we're checking all this stuff. I don't think we really want bailiffs anywhere. Oh, I guess maybe in the mountains here. It's gonna be fine enough. Not sure we want the copper urbanized there. Okay. I think we have this set up to breadbasket, but we're not doing too much. We have a couple over here, but I don't think we need more. Okay. We did make new cities, so should have a couple spots. Wow, we ran out of money? Let's pump the brakes then a little bit. We ran out of money. That's crazy. That's not good. Why is the estate not adding? Oh, because they're losing money? Interesting. Well, I guess we need to build temples next. That's crazy. I was thinking our state would handle that. We have really unprofitable estates this game. I wonder why that is. Do we have low profit per location relative to promotion quantity? I think it's because we have these guys consuming so much goods because we have so many promotion modifiers. And the thing is I really don't know if this stuff is working properly. They're supposed to stop consuming fine cloth when they get poor. But they can't. They're too obsessed with the drip. We've been trying to monitor this, and like honestly, it seems like a hella black box. It's really hard to like kind of track. But we're also going to get way more demand from this stuff, not just from the pop promotions, because it's going to give us 250 pop promotions, but for the paper specifically. Paper demand's going to be nice. Book demand too. A little bit of gold demand. Guy Ritchie before he made movies. Guy Pori. It's a very generous interpretation of Guy Ritchie's wealth. I'm pretty sure most of his money comes from Madonna. If I recall correctly. Yours says replica, while mine says Desert Eagle 0.50. Which should precipitate your balls shrinking into the background. I forget the exact quote. That's such a great scene. Very important for proximity, you only get buildings that improve it enough to ignore it late game, in the late game. What? Oh, and you only get buildings that improve it enough to ignore it in the late game, yeah. Playing as ERE, got access to the Red Sea. How to extract wealth and colonize India, what to do in priority, exploring them already. You probably want to, if you can, get control of markets just by conquering the market capital. Like, as an opener, in very nearly, like, all expansion scenarios. I'm no expert, but was the population migration to capital or any big city even a thing before industrialization? Not really. Not as far as I know. Fracturia Universalis. Those few Milans and rookie numbers, you gotta pump them up. Gotta have 3 Milans. Yeah, it's real bad that we don't have pretty sure we could upgrade this too, but or sorry, urbanize it, but we don't have a lot of pops there. What's even got this? Well, this province has like nothing. I think we add 2 here, and then kick it on to auto expand. But now here's kind of the critical. Here's like kind of the interesting question: is we don't necessarily want to create the interesting question here is, so generally just building more in your main market's better. I think Venice is close enough and we're going to have enough control that like building in markets adjacent to it are also going to be fine, so that's not too big a deal. But using your main market to supply the other markets is generally useful. However, if you build a bunch of stuff to create a bunch of demand, the other markets supply themselves. So what if you intentionally flub the market access to produce fewer goods so that you can produce more goods in the main market so that you can export them while still being able to benefit by the created demand? It's like a math question. That's a spreadsheet question. But thereby decreasing your kind of desire to build marketplaces in the other place and want to create more markets in the home place and have like a bigger home capital market, something like this. I learned you could downgrade sublingual locations for a faster annexation. Yes. Yeah, you should say Nuke as an American. He's drinking the piss of a deeply dehydrated man. I am a deeply dehydrated man. Is there any way to see your max literacy? Yeah, you can go to locations. And, or use the literacy map mode, and then hover a pop, and it'll say what their maximum literacy is. Even overcap, it'll show it, which is kind of nice. Oh, you might also be able to see it through the ledger. So you can see your base max literacy, and then your additional max literacy as well. I've always struggled to make Naples estates make money. Never could figure out why. Well, Naples gets a bunch of pop. Naples gets some pop promotions, man. They get the promotions. They have really big pop. Like, the scaling is all funny, because you have some things that just scale with pop, and you have some things that scale with, like, profession, right? And so having, like, this really huge pop here, we have 27,000 just spare burgers just sitting around, because we have burger scaling. Here, actually, let's go here. So this is all types of messed up. This percentage is like, it's showing a flat amount, not the actual percentage we get from plutocracy. Or it's all kind of jumbled. But I believe this is, we get 25,000 burgers. No, maybe that's not it. It has problems, but I think it might be we get like 25,000 burgers promotions just from this scaling, right? I mean, we can know exactly how many we get here because it's per 100 population, and we have 65%. So whatever the population is here, per 1,000, we would get 38,000. Or per 1,000 we get 100, so we'd get 38,000 pops if we were maxed out, and so yeah, 25,000. So 25,000 of these burgers, like half, are a consequence of just like plutocracy. And the scaling is funny because if we have the lower pop we have, the greater proportion we will be getting from available promotions given by buildings. Although, to be fair, pop scales max building size, so there's some confounds or whatever in here. But, also... oh, maybe we need to get rid of these. Here, let's stop auto-expanding these. We might end up deleting these. Yeah, it makes it so you get way more... not free demand scaling, but like proportionally more demand scaling if you're lower pop, which is probably okay, because you can promote to having 0 peasants if you're low pop. You could get to the point where you have 0 peasants, but you can't get to 0 peasants if you have high pop. But the peasants, like, fuel you in other ways. Have you ever played Mali in this game? I have taken a gander at Mali. Not in a while. Played a lot of Mali. Mali's probably my most played country. I find the only way to let them keep money is not max taxing, and they're always paying too much for goods and not keeping the savings. Yeah, I think that the system where they're supposed to consume like different amounts like doesn't work properly, because we see it work properly sometimes, but then like other times it's not. I don't know. They shouldn't be able to spend themselves into deficit. I think, or maybe it's they passed the threshold. Maybe they're making a good chunk of money, enough to move them past the income thresholds, and then the income thresholds are all applied simultaneously, and this brings them into a negative balance. I had 3 Serbias, don't tell them. I mean, isn't that kind of just the story of the Balkans in a nutshell? Alright, I think we will probably have enough to add all of our temples. Like, this is the most important building too, so... I just thought that the clerics were going to take care of it. Nope, we cannot do it. Too much masonry demand. Can you mark the stream as 38 plus, as we can do this, and we can do the spreadsheet on stream? No. Family friendly stream. We're not gonna fucking play with that shit. A spreadsheet? Absolutely not. Nice. I forgot what we wanted to use our Diplo. We had someone we wanted to use it on. Damn it. I can't remember. We want to go after some of these small guys eventually. I don't think we have CBs. We can get in on this guy, I guess. We actually probably don't even have to do anything. Trier. Maybe we want a subject there, just to be annoying. But I think we could just deck them and then let our subjects do the rest. We'll just go for this. Just in case our subjects decide that they don't want to be intelligent. We're downgrading to annex faster. Do you nuke all the towns and cities, or is there an argument to leave a few so your market can supply its needs? Well, if you nuke them all, you technically are going to kill burger literacy, so maybe that's something that's annoying. Next patch, that's not going to be a consideration. Speaking of, I think we do want to make market villages everywhere we have remaining that's rural, because we kind of want to keep these places rural, we've decided. At least in the Naples market. But I don't like to... I don't know why that as an exploit bothers me, but I don't like to just downgrade everything and then re-upgrade it. Like, at a certain point, the Diplo is... Early on, the Diplo, it's probably not worth the additional gold cost of doing it, but then after a certain point, the Diplo is worth more than the gold, and it becomes worth to just, like, yeah, downgrade literally everything when you're annexing someone. What I like to do is I like to downgrade specifically the stuff that I don't want urban anyways. And kind of go out of my way to do that. So, like, we might take Ferrara, for instance, and... Let's, just, like, look at Ferrara's proximity, and then Okay, I don't think we would want the wool urbanized, so we can kill it on Ferrara for that. But, like, if we want the thing urbanized, I just leave it, even though it's probably not correct. Just because I think that it's, like, as a gameplay pattern, it's, I don't know, somewhat silly. Pavia we might just want for food. We can leave it a city. If there's something that gives burgers consume less food, that would actually be really nice. These guys river? No, they're not river. They have this as well. It's not urbanized. So I think we just took a look at everything. But, so that's kind of how I approach it, which is, I don't think optimal. I think there's a threshold past which, yeah, you want to just delete everything just to INX faster. Can you please advise me on how to turn your slaves into peasants? There's, like, some systems that, like, I don't know if they're... Oh, there's, like, one system that doesn't work and, like, another system that does work. And I forget if it's the religious conversion that works or the unemployment promotion that works. I think it's the religious conversion that works. So you have to use the law that allows them to religiously convert. I think. The thing is that I usually end up just doing both, and I can't remember which one works and which one doesn't, if I recall correctly. You use foreign buildings to artificially boost the pop count of noble or burger state if you want to push one or the other, or Stove versus Pluto. I'm not sure what you mean, because the pop count doesn't help us to push these. But yeah, you can use foreign builders, well, more to push burgers specifically. Speaking of, we've been trying to remember to get over 100 relations with this guy. But this is going to be nice once we get all this upgraded. And then the masonry price fixes itself. To be fair, our auto expands when the masonry price gets expensive are actually just, like, really bad. Or it's bad that we're auto expanding, but I don't want to remove dozens of auto expands over this. In fact, I want to auto expand the masonry even more. How to grow population and dev in the Balkans? Play somewhere else. I mean, it's the same as everywhere else. It's really important that, because you have so many negative modifiers for dev, like because you have mountains and also forest, that you just get whatever modifiers you have. The increased dev percentage modifiers are more valuable, so really important you have roads everywhere. He said as he didn't have roads everywhere, so let's fix that. Let's kind of show that, what we mean. So we own these locations. They don't have roads. We don't need them to have the roads because the roads aren't going to help us with proximity. So instead, what we're going to do is we're just going to add a bunch of road segments with gravel road. And by adding these segments, we will override the proximity impact of forest or whatever, but we'll give plus 25% dev. Because if we look at the dev gain here, it's going to be pretty booty. Or here. Mountains topography, minus 50%. So normally, when you get plus 25% from Has Road, right, if you're at baseline, that's plus 25%. If you're already at minus 50%, that's effectively, relatively speaking, plus 50%. So it's going to be really important you have roads everywhere. And so, yeah, for our purposes, we'll even do this as well. So this is something we kind of do semi-often. And we're not building for proximity, see? We're building for just getting that 25% dev bonus. Because a lot of these places, especially on the coast, they won't benefit from a road at all. Venice can't add a road, but Venice has a unique building. Venice takes care of itself. So that's going to go a long way. To show you what we mean. has road plus 25%. It's also going to be important that you get burgers everywhere. You can see average literacy of burgers is going to apply. So any place you're not urbanizing, building at least one market village everywhere is going to be really good. Also, architectural visionary, if you could force this, good for dev on anywhere. Which is, like, really nice, because we got this guy when he was, like, 20 or something, so we've dev'd up so much. Like, if we look at, like, global dev, like, we're in really good shape without any, like, special bonuses. Like, Castile gets bonuses. We don't get bonuses. In theory, we probably would want to convert culture, but we're not going to go that route. What mod are you using? We're using a couple. We're using the river map mode mod and the, like, I forget what it's called. I think if you search auto expand in the workshop, it's like something QOL, but if you look for auto expand in the workshop, I think you'll find it, but allowing us to auto expand, yeah. Can't believe someone tried to debate you into showing demonetized or into getting demonetized by 38. Not even just demonetized, completely canceled. By showing spreadsheets on stream. Terrible. Do market villages really help literacy and burger dev bonus that much? No. But he's asking what you could do. The thing is, market villages aren't, like, dead on their own either. It's not like it's not like the market villages do nothing or something. Market villages on you might even want to, if you're playing in Serbia, you might even want to max out market villages to give you market access towards, like, silver and gold, just, like, generally. So, because they don't give nothing. Give some good stuff. Pretty sure they have to be, they have to be employed to give burger potentials. That's kind of interesting. That might be painful. Oh no. That actually is a shame. We're kind of upset about that. But they don't give a lot, but they don't need to give a lot, because, like, the market village is also doing other useful stuff. They're giving food capacity, which gives you a little bit of pop growth. They're giving you a little bit of trade capacity. And 0.5 market access is okay too, you know? Ugh. Is this guy just gonna be in charge forever now? We wanted this guy to take the throne. I don't know why no one's considered eligible here, because we do have... Oh, we just can't change it, but I don't know... Our succession's all messed up, man. So we have been trying to dev up Pisa with these. They actually get a decent amount. What is the cost here? So one of the reasons we have been wanting to dev up Pisa is a fourth or a fifth of... I guess it's like a fifth of the development will count towards proximity cost reduction, and Pisa is like one of our better harbors in the area. But we feel the same way about Genova. So which one of these is lower? They're both about the same. Could also dev up near the capital or in the capital. What's the highest just population province? Yeah, it's not that close. Let's dev up the capital. We haven't been doing this super consistently, but let's do it now. Religious art, no. Noble arts, no, no. Is it sponsor university? We use this to help push us towards innovative. So, that'll help out a little bit. Don't really mind being outward. We have a lot of, or we have some progression towards inward. We're definitely going to want to click this, but we're going to want to click it last. Two tax exemption things. We don't care if this actually passed. This might just be a request of additional taxes and vibe type of thing. We've been thinking about breaking our alliance with Hungary anyways, though. So, it's not going to be that valuable. Is it worth 7 stab, though? Let's do this. I think we've improved it all the way. Let's break the alliance. Actually, wait. We should have seen who they had alliances with. And if we want to break them up, like maybe we wanted to break up the Austria alliance instead of them improving relations. Hey, Voodoo Bags, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Yeah, let's break though. And then merchant guilds actually give production efficiency. If I recall correctly, that's the building that this is. No, these are the bad ones. I recalled incorrectly. Let's see if we got any law changes we want. Navy audits we don't need anymore. I don't think our cap economy push. If we had 2 things that gave cap economy, we could push it. We could push our labor law a little bit to be able to push it slightly. I'm not sure how we feel about that in their entirety. I guess we'll take a little bit of a look around if we have... I don't think that we have too many other ways to push capital economy. We could push for monastic order now, though, because we have the other fort thing, right, that we added. And then we push the forts. Thing is that we don't want to do this long term, so we don't just want to super build our economy around forts. Titus Ducks, thank you for the ducks. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. We could swap off of this because it's giving us a lot of progress towards traditionalism and go religious teachings instead. The thing is, religious teachings gives less clergy satisfaction as devout, so that's less taxes. That's kind of why we didn't want it. Do we want to go favor the wealthy, though? Probably not. Yeah, so it looks like we just don't have laws to change. This is one of the things I don't like about Parliament, is like, it feels super interesting as a mechanic early on. Maybe we add this to our... We're making a list of design things, but Parliament feels interesting early on, but then like later on it feels like you don't have much stuff to do with it. And you're just like, I guess I want 7 stab. Or I guess I'm going to go for all these, like, extra wars or whatever. Does tolerating a culture kick them off being slaves? No, but accepting them does. So yeah, you could accept the culture to do that. Is there a way to keep Cossacks while promoting to tribesmen? I don't know the Cossack rules that much. I know you can get Dhimmi as non-Muslim by building an overseas trade center. Which is a silly mechanic. Franciscan mission. Wait, what are the requirements for this? I haven't seen this building before. Can only be built never. Okay, that makes sense. But we have one somewhere. Okay. What's the religion look like down here? It's all Catholic. This is where we expelled minorities too. Not looking like it's giving too many pops. Oh, but okay. Let's look for... I don't think we can build these in any... Oh, we can build them in a Muslim place. Mashallah. Okay. So what we're going to look for is a place that doesn't have too many pops. Because we don't want to add a bunch of burger pops to our thing because it's bugged out right now. Tarsus, maybe? No, they got a lot of pops. We're looking for an urban area without many pops. $26K, $20K. I guess $20K, fine. Oh, it has to be in a village. My misunderstanding. It gives burgers potentials though. Perfect. So the burgers... Does it pull? Okay, so we're gonna have to go a place that already has Dimmy then. So let's go religion. These guys have Orthodox. Mostly Catholic here. Let's go there. We just need one. Try to unlock the Dimmy for ourselves. I haven't played Japan. I heard it's kind of whack at launch. Better not? Nope. Avoid Japan still. Is using debt to pay Parliament discounted RGOs worth it? It's marginal, maybe. Maybe if you get a lot of value out of expanding those RGOs, probably. I think it's marginal though, yeah. So yeah, we wish we had something useful to do here, but we don't. I guess we're gonna fabricate all the CB on someone we might not even use it on. I mean, we could threaten war on these guys, so... Let's do that, I guess. And then... Because we want to peek this anyways. And see if there's anything behind door number 1 that we're interested in. There's not. Gonna get +4 towards free subjects, though. That's pretty nice. What does it take towards unify Italy? We need like 200 provinces, and then... we need to control Naples and Florence and Milan. We've gotten enough people. We just have to like integrate them, or like we control basically all of Italy at this point. Seeing islands not have roads pains me every time. Yeah, me too. I think that the thing should be. I suggested this. That they make it either have a road or have a harbor be enough to give the 25%. I think that would be an improvement. I've been ignoring small plus building time modifiers, but I've been thinking decreasing building time decreases materials used. Yes. But that's not necessarily a good thing. That's not necessarily a good thing. I think it's a nice quality of life, especially when you upgrade buildings, but there being more demand for stuff in your markets pushes up the price and makes them more profitable. In theory, if you're kind of piecemeal about a lot of your construction, you actually like that as a modifier. Holy shit, we're making money. We're making money, boys. Boys and girl. So now I think we can do this. Do we have the price collapse? We don't mind losing some support. Looks like we do not have the full price collapse. Do we have the price collapse in this market, though? So wait, this one was 33, so... We do in that market. Womp. don't think we've set up auto expands here. Yeah, we've not. Copper makes cannons good. The wood makes paper and these good. I think paper benefits more from wood. I'm not sure. Does our control look like decent? I don't know if I'm doing wrong, but a place with 0% market access doesn't benefit from Market Village. Yes, that is correct. It doesn't boost it from 0 to 0.5%. It's probably under 0. It just like zeros the floor. Do you have a Discord? I do. I think the link is in the description. If not, it's on all my YouTube videos. Yeah. I think you may be right. I'm able to form a house as Quinine, which is a tier 2 formable by starting as an empire rank. Yeah. I wanted to share an EU5 strats iceberg. I do have a Discord. The link is in, like, I think all my YouTube videos. Does heir religion law count when you have elective successions? Because you have the same religion? Well, we have Waldensians and non-Waldensians, I think. Like, I think we have both. I'm very confident we have Waldensians. We have Waldensians, do we not? Oh, maybe that's the issue, dude. Maybe you're right. So true, bestie. Jesus. Okay, what's our spiritualist push right now? 0.6. Okay. So we just need to do same religious group then. Actually, that I think is better than what we have. Here, I think we could type heir. Because this gives us tolerance of heretics, which we're kind of into. In which case, we did not want to grab that CB. That's kind of useless for us, because I'm not even sure we use it. We could give tax exemption for 7 stab. We could exempt the burgers from taxes. I don't think we want that, though. We'll take the 7 stab hit. Ah! You were right. Well, we didn't have a single other Waldensian. That's incredible. And then this guy who we wanted in place is up next. Okay. Oh, Kurt. I think we have no cabinet characters that are going to be... We have no cabinet characters that are going to be crown anymore, right? I assume. Ah, we do have some crown characters. Okay. Oh, Kurt. In that case... Which one of these guys is the best in the military? Oh, we'll put this guy in charge of the army. So that'll help out the crown power a little bit. Probably get us above 25%. I think we slot this out, though, because we don't need the progress towards naval, right? Yeah, we don't need or want the progress towards naval anymore. Oh, was it that we just didn't have anything good to slot it onto? I mean, there's some good stuff, but the problem is next stage, like, all of these are, like, worse than other things. Diplo rep being probably the best thing. The Diplo traditions making the most sense. This also gives us Diplo cap, which is something we're throttled on at this current moment. God, that's so useless. It also gives us progress towards innovative, which is something that's like kind of difficult to see. Because, yeah, when we're on an offensive war, we will lose conciliatory, so maybe that's actually decent. Let's go Diplo traditions. Wait, he's not a general. When did he become a general? General of what? Dog, why did you decide to become a general? You're not leading an army anywhere. Where are you? Are you somewhere? Are you in another country? Ruler of County of Perin. Well, I mean, okay, I guess. Okay. We could annex them just to make him not... I suppose we don't mind that much, other than he's gonna die faster, but that's not the worst. Does anyone know what building the Demi build when they are mad? The Demi bad building? I don't know if they have one. I don't know if it's allowed, but here's the EU5 strat tier list. It's from what I have seen of the game. I would love for you to review it. I have to take a closer look. I'm not sure if clicking the link is something I want to do. Like, if you message request me, is cdn.discord app safe? Oh, I have to check this. I gotta make sure it's not potentially sussy. Nice control map. Thank you. Because also when you change monarchy, I think your heir changed religion and it bricked everything. Maybe that's what changed it, to be fair. You can sometimes fix your ruler being owned someplace with a restart. Alright, we'll save and reload, I guess. Also, just catch up on chat that way. I posted it on Discord, so no worries. Okay, that works. Thank you. Yeah, that's like, I've had my Discord account since 2012. So, and like, us, I think it's uber bad if I accidentally brick my Discord account, because that endangers my community, you know? I think in theory maybe I should have a separate account that I never use personally on Discord, and that should be the owner of my Discord channel. But that's not how it's currently set up. Hey, he's not a general anymore. Hell yeah. We'll adapt him to local culture because this just costs prestige. We're Diplo hedge. Off this guy having 85, I think. Trier becoming vassal is kind of cute. I think this pisses off a lot of people in there. Maybe it's not worth. Yeah, I think this is kind of what we wanted anyways. What's our highest pop location other than Rome and the capital? I guess we want to get that up to like max control? Maybe? I wish there was a way to like look at places based on how many building slots they had available. Okay, so now this guy is not doing anything useful, but we can use Diplocore now. So Diplocore is going to speed everything up for us. Regards the annexations. Give Croatia randomly in there. Lugna is really small. I think it's probably worth doing. Actually, let's finish this. Right? It's kind of nice that these guys dev up a whole ton when they're really small. When they're OPMs, they dev up a ton. So in theory, actually, I think it's better to annex the bigger people, but not the huge people, because they are more expensive. Maybe Croatia's an okay shout. Because there's also a lot of coastline. And let's also make sure, here, let's take a look at relations. And also make sure that we get closer to annexing these other guys as well. Oh, we gotta wait for some of this to come up. CDN is just the content distribution network. It's where they put the media attachments. Got it. TFA, basically. Oh, I think it's set up for two-factor authentication. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe this is good. If I have a ban on gold and silver exports, all markets I control have a ban? Yes. They can't export to each other, I believe. Or this was an issue last I checked, so I never do ban. It will not be trade between markets you control, I think. Yeah, it's a problem. Happy Wednesday, Marco. Polo? Oh, Mecco. Mecco YouTube. Oh, it was fun while it lasted. Let's actually double check that we want this guy as heir. I'm gonna do this. I think we would prefer this guy, but what we're looking for is specifically people with good stats that also have traits that we're into. Like this guy would maybe be in the discussion if his traits weren't as bad. Is this guy a general though? So this guy will change. Okay. We will do Diplocore. Ugh, don't like this, I don't think. And then we will curry favors when this diplomat returns. I think the price of our masonry should be back down. So let's go back to going for our infrastructure, our city infrastructure. This should be, yeah, that looks correct price-wise. That feels so good building all those. Alright, cultural buildings. Yeah, these guys are slacking. We're just gonna spam them everywhere. We really want these buildings. They give quite a bit of book demand, which is something that we're interested in, and they give local monthly literacy. Max literacy too, but... Do we want to build all of these ourselves? They're really expensive. But we should have most of the price collapses in. The price collapse on everything but tools. I see we have a little bit of an issue with the lumber. We could just build in the highest pop places. I don't know if we even have enough money to build them everywhere. Looks like we're also running into food issues. So let's just go the highest pop places. We're doing like anywhere over 40k basically. Still don't know if we want to de-urbanize this. Okay. So that should be good. Now the food issues is going to be... This is our cutoff. Kind of easily solvable by these areas where we have like pre-built. Here, let's actually do this. We can do farming and produces food. Right? Is that not a filter? I mean, otherwise we could do just only the good food RGOs. Can we just highlight them? Livestock and wheat. It's not alphabetized. Womp. Womp. What order is this even in? We're trying to reduce clicks, my guy. Alright, let's not do that. Let's just do all farming. We can just shift click that, I think. We'll be fine. We have the price collapse. This is going to add a whole bunch. This is fine. This is fine enough. It's going to produce a bunch of olives we maybe don't need, but I don't think that's too big an issue. Oop. Didn't want to click on the fast market. Has our building finished yet? It has, so we should have the Dimio state now. We don't? Are these not part of the Dimi? For them? Huh, I guess maybe they fixed that. Ithrian, thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated, my guy. Thank you. My name is Marco indeed. Very nice. You say polo, I tend to jump up like a good boy. I mean, I said it when I read it. If it's better eco with the band, sounds like you aren't doing anything wrong. I don't know if it's going to be better eco with the band. Like, in theory, you could overproduce jewelry easier and then export the jewelry or something. It said food filters at the bottom. Damn it. Us adding a bunch of silk and cotton's not the end of the world, though. Do you know why fruit is so profitable in Vic 3? Dividends are insane and market supply really isn't low. It shouldn't be profitable. Press X to doubt. The base price is not that high. Often there's not a lot of supply and there's reasonably high demand, but if you're saying that the supply isn't low, then I don't know what to tell you. Like, if the supply is not low relative to the demand, the price of it won't be high. Type food in the search bar. Yeah. Did we? I mean, I guess I kind of just want to confirm this. Someone said food at the very bottom and we just blind. Produces food. Yeah, that would have been the one to do. Womp womp. I imagine there's no peasants there, which is why that doesn't get added. But that'll solve our food problem pretty handily. Progress towards innovative. Here, let's actually add a little bit of cultural investment. Let's make some works of art. Not a lot, but... like, the scaling is not... it has to do with artists, right? Our prestige will just get repeatedly whomped, but this is just going to allow us to produce more works of art. Because we do have the event that will just re-trigger over and over and over again. We should pop off a little bit when we get all these temples that we should have had before. So we're going to have to... we stopped at universities, so we're going to have to check out more buildings that we can build. I guess that's kind of it, though, for infrastructure. Though we can add some of these. You know what? We need to build one of those overseas trade centers. That is in urban areas, right? Instead. You need an urban version of this. Which I think you get from being a plutocracy, right? Because we need to specifically add extra burgers to our nation, because the ones in that building I think actually don't count towards their nation, so they don't get converted to Dime. Is that how this is working? Maybe it is. You hovered over fruit in EU5, but you were talking about Vic 3, right? Wait, what? Why is fruit so profitable in Vic 3 now? Oh! Sorry, I thought you were asking EU5. Vic 3, they made the PM much better. It's a lot better. You can look at if you look at the latest video I posted on Vic 3 on the YouTube, there's the link to the spreadsheet. If you look at the spreadsheet, like, the fruits PM is much better now. Artists seem like a scam. I get like 0.1 prestige every 30 to 40 years, but the cost, and none of my artists be starving. Yeah. Like, no, art is just like terrible, but like sometimes you got to do terrible things to confirm that they are indeed terrible, and then you're like, yeah, that is terrible. We were thinking of getting off of this, but that is actually giving us monstrous amounts of clerics. Like when we look at the numbers, it'll tell you what it's coming from. Yeah. That religious aspect is giving us 500 of our cleric promotions here. To be fair, that's because it's like urban. If we take a look here, it's giving like 4,000 of the 14,000 here. But we would have so many fewer without it. And it's giving tax efficiency. That's actually just probably the truth. Wow. Are these just the best? I guess they're just the best. We're too good at this game. Are you doing a Tinto talk recap today? Yes, I recorded it. I didn't have enough time to upload it. And I can't upload it while streaming because upload speed. So as soon as I'm done streaming, I will upload it and publish it. Halfway done with Ferrara. We're annexing someone else, right? Oh, we were thinking of annexing... Well, Florence annexation's probably good now. Takes a hot minute, but... It's gonna be another slow one. They do have much smaller modifier, though. These guys do not. So things are coming along quite nicely here. Are we still having food issue? No. Food issue in Geneva. Try and diagnose. There's not a lot we can do right now. Is this a breadbasket or is this a through street? I think that we do want to urbanize this and make a pound lock canal. Geneva. That doesn't mean we can't build irrigation. Oh, well, we've already started breadbasketing it. Okay, let's do that. The problem is our subjects are gonna get out of line with what they do until we annex them, but we have rice here as well. I think we're okay keeping Florence urban. Even though it produces silk. But the other ones we don't. Yeah, I do like what the level of urbanization we've decided on here. Maybe we can squeeze out a little bit more. Art isn't about prestige, it's about the cultural influence. It basically doesn't give you cultural influence. It's about prestige. It's about, yeah, it's about the prestige. Having ticking amount from works of art is my kind of recollection on this. Makes it so you have a lot of, and this is about antagonism change modifier basically. Diplo rep's kind of nice too, but this is killing our prestige repeatedly, so there's maybe not a whole lot to be had there, but you accumulate more and more art, right? Okay, that should work. Keep our guys busy. But the thing is, it's like, okay, what do you need cultural influence for? Stuff like this. Annexing this guy faster. We've hit the cap. The problem with cultural influence in terms of, one, art, basically, it gives you a tiny little pip of cultural influence that, like, basically does nothing. But two, you also stop caring about cultural influence once you start hitting these thresholds where you're just, like, you're way far ahead of everyone else. Because you hit cap on, like, everything that cares about it. Damn it, forgot to make this guy before we took a prestige bomb somewhere. Forgot to humiliate that guy in the war, though, too. Kosovo we can go for. I guess we kind of... Oh, then we're going for... Where's this guy? Did I see Morocco in there? Okay. Almost sent our air. Don't want to do that. Total amount of art gives monthly prestige too. It should be about 6 names, sick names, and cool sculptures. Yeah, so the accumulation of like prestige gain is like the thing. Is the beta out? No, not yet. Or I don't think there's not going to be a 1.1 beta. The 1.0.11 beta is out, and I think it's getting finalized this week or something like this. Or maybe they have it out. I think when I launched the game it still said beta though. Peace deals should auto-include you switching the Diplo cabinet action for the 1 second during the peace deal. I don't know about that. I think that it should actually just cost something to like... or like, I think cabinet actions should ramp up again. Especially those types of cabinet actions. So if you want the full effect, you need to have it in for like 12 months or something. Right, we wanted Castile to break their alliance. That was what we were doing. And then we can kind of more freely declare on Aragon. How much could this guy... We need more transport ships if we don't want to have to raise... armies. How are we doing on this? Is this just because they're not pushing up fast enough, or can they just not push it? Looks like they can push it, and we just gotta give them a little bit of help. Alright. Alkali Live, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Once you spam libraries and universities, you will blow Great Yuan out in cultural influence. Yeah, this is... Yep. I mean... Cultural influence plays against their cultural tradition. And works of art, it's also just not actually good for influence, it's much better for tradition. But also, at this point, we're so far ahead of everyone in terms of cultural influence. We have way more dip cap now. Yeah. It's gonna be hard for us to become a higher rank than a kingdom without flipping Republic or actually paying for this. Nice. Did we improve relations with this guy already? Oh yeah. Oh, we're already annexing Croatia. Womp womp. It might be a mistake to do. And we're only getting 0.5 progress. Yikes. Going after Florence as well was probably a mistake. Are we getting... They have a smaller than us modifier though. Maybe this is fine. Florence we also have to annex to form Italy. I think after this, the only other annex we'll do before we get Ferrara finished will be Milan. So that I think when that's over, we might be able to form Italy. We'll probably still be a little bit short, though. We should be super okay on the food now. Yeah, we are. With all these guys auto-expanding. 1.0.11 is a very small bug patch. Yeah, there's only 2 changes. Which isn't even the bug we cared about most. Hey Rengar, how's it going? We could check and see how much they have. China's not even in there. We have Great Ming at 45. Not so great, are they? Majapahit hit. 570. I actually want to get enough prestige to accept Liguarian, so... if possible. This guy's probably gonna die because he's 63, but so be it. Paradox making Zadar a rural settlement should be a crime. I don't know enough about it. That red drink you're drinking looks tasty. It is drink mix, like Sonic cherry limeade drink mix, which has like 5 calories per packet. It's not as simple as spam unis and libraries when you're starting small and your traditional competitor is Mongolian. Yeah, I mean there's not too much you'll be able to do there. Speaking of, how are we doing on religion? We should be like full converting some of these places now. Yeah. So fast, man. Using literal 0 other stuff. Of course, it's bricked our literacy in some locations where we completely convert out all the Catholics. Overall seems kind of fine. Try to have a little bit of a think about what we should be doing next in regards to the eco. I mean, we could look at what the most profitable buildings are in Naples. Usually this is like kind of a good rough way of deciding what's going on here. The thing is, we really would prefer to build jewelers guilds out of the 2 northern areas. And it looks like Paper Workshop, Printers Workshop, of course, because those are the tier 2 building. We have a bunch of places producing tools, but we have issues with tools. I think we have auto-expand issues. Or we have tools that just straight up don't make money as well, in addition to some of the most profitable places being tools. So that's, stuff that has a big low end is going to be really the thing that warrants expansion, and it's the Paper Workshops. So... maybe you take a little bit of a look. The wine here Yeah. But there's no, like, inflection point that we've hit. Yeah, I mean... And this is just supporting just this massive export of books, too. So this is actually relatively fragile. Because what's the effective supply here? The effective demand is 100. So I think about 100 of our demand is actually book exports. I mean, I guess we could do paper out of these. I think we are doing, yeah. We have lumber here. We should have paper out of all of them, I guess. Because that's the only thing that's an input. But it's like a relatively small input on it, so we don't have to sweat it super hard. If we have places close to the capital that are wanting for a thing to be expanding, then that'll be fine there. And this province is booty. So let's maybe do that as well. In terms of, it doesn't have very many things that it can add to auto expand, but this one also has the same issue. So let's add paper workshop for them. And okay, we've added a bunch of paper workshops. We're gonna add a lot more promotions. But like, we also really care about control, but our urbanization strategy has been control oriented as well, where we're preferring places on the coast because eventually they will have more control. Also gonna get paved roads soon, yeah. Well, we're getting paved roads soon. So let's actually make sure the sand is in a good place. The sand is in a good place. That's not all that common. Okay. Okay. Can you show your religious aspects? Yes, we can. We're doing parish registers, which is giving us an absolute enormous amount of potential, guys. Tax efficiency is also nice. We're doing this estate sat plus 10% max literacy. This is, I think, if we were to cut one, it would probably be that. And then, of course, proximity cost, which is just really strong. Gives a lot of clergy power, though. We will probably, when we try and flip plutocracy, which we are planning on eventually doing, we will, in order to hit enough power on these guys, what we can do is we can revoke the thing that's giving us a bunch of flat clergy. So, I found increasing the size of my regular army and increasing subject opinion and loyalty really help to maintain loyalty. That'll do it. So, what is... The mistake is just undervaluing burger promotions, just in the general sense, and trying to think through vertically integrating the economy as much as possible, not just to increase tax base as much. So just, here. The mistake is the type of thinking that we just kind of, where we're just looking to increase tax base as much as possible. And what we should do, if we want to increase tax base, is not build stuff that gives us tax base, but instead build an economy where we are increasing the density of our buildings that are burger buildings. We've tried to set this up with auto expands, generally. But we also pushed a lot more urbanization harder as well to try and facilitate this. Just because looking at some of the numbers, and the numbers aren't, like, perfect because we don't have a thing, but, like, up to, like, half the amount of, or up to, like, 2 ducats worth of demand is created by adding one of these buildings that has 250 burger promotions, which is a lot. considering the level of demand, in here is not all that high. It's like the paper, it's maybe like three and a half ducats or something like this. And so the stimulating effect on your economy, really kind of spinning it up, is just having more of these guys. And so looking at your economy from the perspective of less, oh, how many buildings do you have, and more, oh, how many pops do you have of promoted types, is a big deal. Because these guys get way more consumption, way more consumption than peasants. Which is something we had identified, but looking at the spreadsheet kind of drove it home quite a bit. And we look at their monthly expenses, 786, and then we look at the peasants' expenses, and it's going to be less. It's going to be half as much, with I think over an order of magnitude more pops. We have more than 10x the amount of peasants. We have 4 million peasants, and well, we've been trying to get more burgers. Oh, we're not even in the right menu for this. I guess it's not even an order of magnitude. We, at this point, have a shitload of burgers. 11% of our pop is burgers, and so really just focused on, the segment of pops that we have that are burgers and clerics, and to a lesser extent nobles, we're trying to really ramp up. So... what do you think about the alert when your balance supply and demand of good reaches X? I'd like to be able to get a warning. I think that would be nice, but that would be relatively low on my QOL requests, probably. I see some people choosing not to tax the clergy so they get faster research. Is that a dumb idea? No, that's fine. If you don't have anything that's increasing the amount of clergy you have, they actually won't generate that much through tax. We have a bunch of stuff giving us extra clergy. And so they do generate a lot through tax. We're even thinking about, even though we're planning on switching Republic, we're even thinking about going for this just to get more clergy. I think if you push a bunch of spiritualists, you kind of want to tax clergy then. Because what happens is, you could look at one of your locations. Clergy won't have a quarter of the tax base allocation in rural areas unless you specifically push clergy potential pops. If we take a look here, because they split it based on how many pops are there, and you can see our religious aspect, we're getting 500 of these 800 clergymen from that religious aspect, and so this split would be much smaller for pastors. Maybe they'd be getting 8% of the tax base or something like that without this. And then also, in terms of tax base, most of your highest tax base locations will not be rural unless it's gold or silver, basically, right? So they tend not to get a big share of the tax base, but the way we're playing, they do get a big share of the tax base, so you do want to tax them. And so it depends on other stuff. If you push humanist and you don't have anything that's making extra clergy guys, then you probably don't want to tax them, yeah. Especially in the early game. I think I was in the middle of explaining a different thing and now I've forgotten. Does completely encircling a country make others get less antagonism when you eat them later? I don't think the encirclement is the important part. But them being farther away from the borders does, yeah. Has anyone seen subjects converting culture? I think we've seen it. already. We've been flipping people. We flipped subjects Neapolitan, and we've seen some conversions. Like this guy's converted Neapolitan. Does this give us nothing? Alright. I'll take the relations with the subject that we don't need. I guess we should pick the other option in case it was hiding something. That's nice for us, especially because we've been wanting the prestige here. And unlock paved roads. Oh my god, it's magic. Alright, so... we can now accept Liguarian, which we would like to. It's also just pretty cheap for us to accept the Italians, so converting the Italians maybe makes a lot less sense than converting the Greeks, to be honest. The thing is, we already accept Greeks, but we will use less accepted cultures if we completely convert them. But this is going to... we have... these locations aren't cored because of the lack of Liguarian acceptance. Okay, we also got our roads. So now, take a look at tax base. Actually, I don't know if that road's probably no good. Because we're almost certainly getting proximity navally through them. But specifically, we want to cut through to anyone who's generating proximity inland by cutting through. We kind of want to be able to do that a little bit better. So we're gonna push through to Foggy, I think. And then I think we're gonna push this corridor as well. Because I know we have a full price collapse now. So that's like thing one with the roads. Thing two is this, which is unfortunately a lot more tedious. Fortunately, much more tedious. Our burgers would build a lot, but our burgers are super poor. So... unfortunately, there's no like UI for making this like way less clicks. Huh. I guess that makes sense. We don't necessarily have to do everyone, I'm just concerned. Let's take a look at tax base. They're getting some tax base. Not sure we have the same price collapses up here, so I think we'll be content with that. That'll be pretty good for us on the roads. I think. We don't even have any type of road? Womp. We probably didn't build market villages over here either. Oh, we don't. We would rather urbanize this. Let's do that. Don't want to get debated by this. We have to finish annexations, not start new ones. Market access too? Yeah, that's true. For the roads. I think we'll try and wait and see if we can get, like, we'll push for market access more if we hit a parliament for it, I think. It's really expensive to just put it literally everywhere. Do we want to spend down any prestige before we lose it all? The thing is, like, all the Italians are super cheap for us to, like, full accept. We don't have to be converting them. We are converting them right now, but... And this will increase by quite a bit there. Yeah. The thing is, we have the cap right now. This is probably fine. Even if we convert them later, this is going to increase. Can we do 1 million? We can't. This is going to increase their satisfaction a lot, so we maybe should have just done this earlier. Yeah, like this number's maybe a little bit lower than it should be, and then I think with the month update, this maybe ticks up. I think some of that moved up, not all of it though. Oh yeah, see, there we go. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, where this is going to allow us to get more prosperity. And is a little bit, yeah, maybe a little bit more marginal, but still probably fine. Even if we're planning on converting them. I think that we do try and convert some of them, though, over here. Actually, we have worse control over there. In theory, this is much better where you have higher control, and we have control of, we own all of Lazio now, so we can do this a little bit. Even though we accept Median now, eventually, in theory, we would want to convert them all. We could also work on doing that with Sicilian. Actually, which will refund our thing. Maybe a little bit cleaner. I don't understand the tax base allocation part. Do you have a video on this? I have an old video on this. I think I was thinking of doing a newer video. But we could just explain it very briefly. So the tax base gets distributed to pops with a weighted amount, and this weight is based on the pop type. So 1,000 noble pops will give 150 of weight. There will be less weight for clergy, less weight for burghers, this type of thing. And so they get a much bigger share of the pie, even though they have fewer pops. Power is not important here. The great pavening is happening. Yes, yes, yes. Burghers often build roads in completely useless directions. The AI checks and cares. I don't think that that's the case. I think they generally build good roads. I wouldn't say categorically. Why so selective with the road building? Well, because we can't build out from the capital in a way that it is sensitive to maritime presence. So what we're doing is we were looking at proximity. We were seeing these kind of inland interior-ish places that use the roads from like a coastal place to get to here. Because if we build from Naples, it's just going to do some silly overland road all the way over there. Are you doing just one market village per location? Just one. I think that they don't give you enough burger. It's not worth the burger promotions. It's kind of... It's not a useless building, but it's not a very strong building, other than the fact that it gives you burgers literacy. Yeah. Are there any negative consequences for removing accepted cultures? Yeah, it scales with how much they are present in your country. The negative consequence is a stab hit. And a pretty hefty satisfaction malice. So we wouldn't want to remove this until they are a very small group, but we could assimilate all of them and then remove it as well. Less the access percent, yeah. I think if an RGO is 5 or more base price, maybe building market villages for purely for that reason is good, but like market villages also employ up 1,000 pops, and so they're competing with stuff like a lumber mill from a pop consideration, and you also only have so many building levels in rural locations. Like you can basically stack up 2 or 3 buildings in rural locations to like the max level, and that like that pressure is a little bit annoying. Speaking of, we're gonna auto-expand the farming village. So, like, here we're committing, like, 1/3 of this as a resource to making it so that we have more food production. Right? And also food capacity. And this means we can build fewer other things. And so if we do that with market villages too, you know, we're going to be pressured. Either we're pressured by pops by building a ton of them. Like, it's not like a dead building, but, like, it's also not ideal. I think it's worth it for, like, the 10% development or whatever from the burgers, but... You don't value their tool output? Not really. I'd rather just build more... So this is an example of, like, what we were talking about today. We really value the burger promotions, so we extra would value... It's maybe not even worth using their tools thing, because we extra value being able to just build more, like, burger tool things. But these are more efficient, and they're more efficient per input as well. So we would prefer our iron go to the burger ones anyways. But they're okay for their tool output, especially early on. They're also okay for you not needing to spam weapons, although this is also maybe an issue. Like, look, they're kind of pressuring our wood as a resource as well, which is not exactly ideal. Maybe that's a reason for us to actually expand out the weapon makers, because we don't have very many weaponsmiths. Can we sort by production efficiency that we would have there? I think it's, yeah, the problem is it's wood and coal right now. And stone, but next level it becomes wood and coal and iron. I guess we could put it in a place that has wood as an input. We do have, in the north, a place that it has wood and dyes, but... Is this in... It starts to be in the other market, though. It starts to be in the other market. No. Alright, do we have... This is wood and cotton, though. So same issue over here as we have wood and wool. Actually, here we've... Wait, no, here we have lumber and silk only, so... And we haven't set this to do anything else. Let's give him the weaponsmith duty. Not the best weaponsmiths, but it is what it is. But yeah, what is then the most preferable PM on these guys? Not that we're just gonna let it do its thing on the auto, but like we care Santa class. I mean, almost all these we'd rather do it with the burgers, right? I think the most interesting one though is that you can turn stone into being able to turn stone into jewelry. Doesn't pressure. It depends, I guess, on how much stone production you're getting. It's probably no good. Because you have to build a bunch of stone things as inputs. None of these are inputting... They're all inputting RGOs except for the beer. Maybe the beer's the best one. Only takes sturdy grains, though. Would you value valuation... would you increase their value of valuation in trad econ country? I think going trad eco is kind of maybe not so good, but if you go trad eco, you start to value nobles a lot more. Anyone know the rules about slave religious conversion? I was able to convert them in small numbers, but in large numbers they seem to be immune to religious conversion. I'm not 100% sure here. If to my recollection, like one of the conversion mechanics for slaves is broken and the other one isn't. Or like one of the... I think the unemployment mechanism is broken, but the religious conversion one's not. You do have to satisfy your ability to convert just generally, though. Certain pops also convert at different speeds. I don't know if slaves convert slower. Like nobles convert slower. But you also have to make sure that you're in a location that doesn't have... that you're not below minus 100% from modifiers, because otherwise you do stone zero conversion always. Honestly, my biggest deal is that they eat up workers like crazy. Yeah. Yeah, this is, I think, kind of... I think it's worth it for the dev, for building just one, and then not worth it past that, generally. But market access on a place that's got a ton of tax base, just because it's... like... spamming them here seems fine. It's got a lot of pops. You're going to be able to build... You have a max building level of, like, 22 buildings. So... it's also, very importantly, like, giving you food capacity, too. So it's helping with pop growth. It's also stimming you slightly with the burgers, but just quantity. Had a subject completely ruin you because they built a market next to mine right after I created them. I was thinking about seizing the land and taking the stab hit. Yeah, you have to be careful about that, because if they have really low market access, they will always be attracted to your markets, but then they get pulled into your market, and then if they have low market access like this guy did, they will make a new market. So generally you have to... It's like step one is securing the market or creating your own market, basically. In a lot of these cases. I think we did have a CB on this guy. So we could threaten war on him too. He'll say no. Nice. I don't know what we're gonna use that for. Probably just dev province. We don't have a big enough area, I think, where this is gonna be just super insane. There's some big ass areas though. Like this is a freaking huge area. I don't think it's worth for us. It's either dev province or stabilized country. We could also push societal values a little bit. I think we can push conciliatory. Let's push conciliatory. And then I think we do have a couple crown power characters. Do we have a head of cabinet? Yeah, we already have a head of cabinet, unfortunately, from the previous administration. But let's bring these guys over here. Roads are so nice. They make me feel so great. I like the roads. Little roads. Definitely shouldn't be making an Oingo Boingo reference there. As much as it's satire. Okay, so here, we're supposed to declare on them. Oh no, just kidding. We're supposed to threaten war them. Yeah, it's only in rural areas we can build these. We need to be able to build an overseas trade building that's urban. To choose having, to cheese having the Dhimmi as a Christian. Maybe we don't want to cheese that though. It's kind of a bit of a silly cheese. Did we just finish research? No, we didn't. Alright. If you just finished research, that doesn't do anything negative to you. When building roads, you weren't looking at proximity control, but doesn't market access sometimes get rooted by land? It often does get rooted by land, but the biggest value is the control. You can destroy a subject's market? Yeah, you can. It costs stab, though. You still like want to play around avoiding it. They super nailed number up, go happy with the proximity? Yeah. Look at this. With our new roads, we now have several 100s. This 57 is going to get a big boost, too. I said this 57 is going to get a big boost. Is it really not? Yeah, 61. There we go. Like, one of the biggest power spikes in the game is the roads. I gotta put a guy in charge of the Navy, I think. No, I didn't have a chance to reorganize my Navy, so now we lose. This is so insipid. We lose again? Because they get to auto-reorganize? We don't. God, it's so stupid. We have to reorganize the army because there's like no one in the front line basically at the battle start. Stupid. We want to put a guy in charge who's not going to become the heir. Actually, this guy we wouldn't mind as the heir. No, that's fine. They're going after it. But we won one battle, we got our frontline saturation bricked, and then we lost the subsequent battle. Actually, let's just stay in. We don't need those guys. AI hitting you with the EU4 boat strats, basically. Maybe I should move it. It's in Valencia, so I can move it Southington. Southington. South. Is that south into Maghreb? Well, you can only move a place from where it is to a place that is also within the same market. But yeah, if you're in Valencia, make an argument for like an additional market center, especially if you move this interior and this like here or something like this. I'm not sure if it's correct, but could go Spoleto here. Almost certainly going for naval infrastructure. I think the only thing we like over naval infrastructure is the parliament that gives us plus 10 plutocracy. So we do have to pass this. I think we're pushing communalism, so this might be a little bit light. Yeah, it looks like we don't get to click much this parliament. Careful's not bad. Careful's not bad at all. We were interested in maybe moving the trade center to Smyrna, so I think we want to try and figure that out. Figure out how good we think that is. Not that it matters much for this run, but just in the abstract. We could feed that to Naxos as well. Then I think it's mostly going to be going after this coastline. I think we gave out all the estate privileges that were oriented around our new government. How far are we from swapping to plutocracy? God, we're so far. It's such a pain in the ass to push it. Did we have a cabinet member die and so we couldn't even roll it? Oh. Yeah, so this guy, we could do this just to be safer, or we could go crown character. I think we're going to choose a burger. I think we're going to try and maintain 2 burgers in cabinet always, just in case. I also don't know if it increases the chance that you roll it. It could. Well, we go after navies now. But auto rebalance is going to be so nice for the naval battles, so you don't like automatically lose on subsequent battles. I think we win this. Overstacking is valuable, so we're actually going to overstack. The current balance, it is good to have infantry in the middle, so we'll do some of that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They can't saturate fast enough. Just absolute carnage. Alright. God, every time I take a place in my head, I'm like, yeah, we got plus on the slaves, and then I realized we didn't move our capital to North Africa because we're trying to play incorrectly. Hey ZS, how's it going? Oh, this doesn't look good. This doesn't look good at all. Let's come back this way. What was that, even? Character has returned. Hell yeah, welcome back, character. Welcome back, Mr. Character. Ooh, did we forget? Yeah, we did. Could we really not? Jaluf got independence? Bro. Alright. Guess we'll just steal a couple maps. Southman Ding, probably? I think Jaluf gets independence way too often. But they have an event for it, so maybe that's fine. It's Kong, I think. Oh, Beko isn't in Kong? No. Oh, the bells. This is doing work for us. The colony we have there. Well, you said overstacking is valuable. What value are you getting? Okay, so when one guy rolls to saturate the front, and then he enters in, up to your total frontage can still roll. And so if we have a frontage cap of 11, when the first guy gets in, we could still have 11 guys roll. Or we have a frontage of a little over 10, right? So this means 11 guys can roll to enter engagement. So when the first one rolls in, 11 more guys will keep rolling. So up to like 2n minus 1, where n is your frontage, is worth it to overstack on the fronts. because by virtue of having more guys here, this means that we will be able to saturate the fronts faster and invalidate lack of initiative, which we have not built any high initiative units. We're going for the heavy units. It's really marginal. You probably just don't need to care about it. But in my head, I was like, oh, this looks like a close-ish battle, maybe. So I was like, okay, maybe we try and play it a little bit more tight here or something like this. Alright. I think we don't have enough cannons to reinforce or something like this. Alright, let's do that. Let's siege up this, and then let's go back and refill. Oh, this is going to be next to Barca, so this isn't going to work the way I think we want it to. We could spend legitimacy or prestige if we want right now, but I don't think there's anything we want to spend it on. Where did this guy go? Alright, so now we have to rearrange again. Always rearranging. Or we could overstack the fronts, but the rearrange also pulls the guys who are damaged into the back. Nice. Okay, so we are not planning on staying a theocracy, so we're not going to research the theocracy texts. Even though this one's really good. Maybe have to have a little bit of a thing. Build Suez Canal. That would be nice. You have a suggestion for the capital that could go to the Mediterranean, also East Africa, India? I've asked this before, maybe. Well, if you're playing Egypt, I think it's just Cairo because you get a unique building in Cairo. If you're not playing Egypt, I think... I mean, it's gonna be in my video next Monday, but, is Manoof. You're like 2 locations from everything. You're 2 locations from this harbor, you're 2 locations from this harbor, and you're 2 locations from here to get into Suez, and then be able to kind of push out the other direction. But East Africa and India, I think that you're maybe looking for a capital down here, and I think that this is too valuable to, like, want to move that there. You either want your capital in India or you want it, like, closer to the Delta, I think. Yeah. This is an interesting location, though. If you're, like... This is... got a harbor into the Med and is right next to this for getting into the Red Sea. Also just here is in the Red Sea, but like I don't think the locations that are here are just good enough. Okay, I'm not sure exactly what we want here. We don't have rights to the burghers yet. The thing is with rights to the burgher, well, actually we just use strong guilds, but strong guilds is good. I think we have some straggler tech in this tree that's decent over here. We skipped over a lot of stuff. God. I mean, 10% iron output's not bad, it's just, like, feels so bad in light of the other, like, iron output one. Power projection's not too bad. Trade capacity 25% is pretty good. Urban building cost also is really nice, so we could go this route. start saving a lot. Also flat conversion speed. We've already gotten the, this. Pulp migration speed is kind of an interesting modifier. Are we iron throttled? I think we probably are. Trade range is also pretty strong, and we have access to it right now. Colonial policy, we haven't started our colonies yet, so that doesn't matter. Prox cost through port -5 would be kind of okay for us. Pour one out for the guy outside, hope he makes it. Yeah, I think just 5% prod is probably just more valuable than anything else. And then the naval range. And then let's go for this stuff. Well, I mean, one of these is strictly better than the other, right? It's probably good tech to get. I feel like we left something on the table over here as well. Falconet's probably decent. Just throw in there. The thing is, we have a really big slog to go through on this stuff. But then we get a pretty nice upside. Dry dock is nice, and so is like the merchant quarters and the RGO rural cover farm. Man, it's almost like we just evaluated all these techs really closely. We are doing pretty good on local access to materials, so this is like 1% prod efficiency. Kind of into that. We also have a ton of alum. I don't know how good this tech is. I think we're just going to pick it up. And then this. And then reevaluate. To be fair, we're absolutely hauling ass on this. Maybe we actually don't need the research or the flat conversion. We probably don't. It's probably just gratuitous. It's insanely good. If you don't have plus 50 flat conversion speed, but we do, so. Can't wait for the video that includes Greece and Anatolia, since 3 empires are playable in the region. Well, so there's going to be Eastern Europe, which is going to be Balkans. The Balkans one, this is going to be hard. Well, actually no, maybe it's just like easy. It's probably just Constantinople is the best capital in the Balkans. Yeah, it's just going to be Constantinople. That's kind of boring. Carpathia is actually going to be like really tough though. Yeah. Are you from Italy? Yeah. Hey! Marco, thank you for the membership. Much appreciated, my guy. I gotta figure out how to set it up so that the membership makes a noise too, because that didn't make a noise, did it? Thank you so very much, my guy. You think Cairo for the Mamluks is better than moving the capital down the Nile? Absolutely, because you get a unique building that's pretty strong. Like, the Mamluks, you're just like... You don't want to move the capital. If you were going to move the capital, I also think you just move it to Menuf. I think that that's probably the best. If you wait, you can use script dry dock for the next tech? No. I'm new in EU5, and on this state of the game, most EU5 YouTubers say that the game's not yet robust enough to play. Look, here's what I think. I think you'll have fun for like the first 100 hours, and then you'll notice problems, and then you'll maybe be annoyed. Is kind of like the trajectory. This is kind of what I said with my initial review of the game, and I think it's kind of played out because the reviews were like overwhelmingly positive initially, and now they're mixed. And I think it's a lot of people having a decent amount of hours, and also just people just following like the creator it takes. I think that the game is fun enough to play. I think that if you're viewing it from this like paradox thing where you're playing hundreds and hundreds of hours, you're going to get frustrated after the first little bit. The AI is really aggro right now, but you could just use a mod to like reduce the AI aggression. This is like the most complained about feature, I think, it's just in general. This is the level of aggression. But yeah. But I would also say that in maybe 2 weeks, 1.1 is going to drop. So maybe waiting for 1.1 is good. How did the Waldensian religion get so big? We are Waldensian. And we have a lot of conversion speed. Because we're a theocracy. Which gives us access to education of the missionaries. Which gives 50 base conversion speed, and the base amount, or 50 flat, and the base flat amount is 2. So it's like 25x. Oh, is this a copy pasta now? Oh, like this. I'm just wondering and want to play... Oh, you want to play EU4? I can't speak to EU4, really, because I haven't played that game in forever. Most EU5 YouTubers are rage farming. That's kind of what I think. I don't know. Or, no, that's not exactly what I think. I think a lot of them are frustrated, but, like, also, like... I don't know. I don't think they're necessarily rage farming, but I think that the sensationalistic takes are definitely much better for like content. Maybe we go after. Let's go after some armies here. And not let our subjects get, like, raided into oblivion is probably actually correct to do. Yeah, we probably just let these guys get, like, way more slave raided than we should have. Think we win this? I just kind of thought our subjects would be able to handle this. But it seems not. And this will also, if we're in home territory on the month ticks, allow us to kind of get the army back up. A bunch of subjects are also converting, but Walled and Orthodox have the same color. Yeah, I kind of hate that. I got over 150 hours of fun out of it. That's good value. That's kind of what I think. I think that, like... I think that the first 100 hours is really fun. I guess, like, the one thing is, like, the caveat is, like, specifically, like, the HRE is kind of borked right now, if you're, like, coming from an EU4 perspective. We're gonna wait for our month tick instead of joining that. Oh, they have a bunch of tribesmen. They probably have decent units. We are H3. I think that's when Ottomans get their Uber cavalry unit, so... What is the province? Yeah, okay, so we have Wargle, right? Yeah, we're taking. So just going after this and winning a bunch of battles is probably also fine here. I think I got about 250 hours before all the weird shit got to me. Oh, we lost a battle after winning a bunch? The hell? What, did we lose our stack? No. We're here now. Yeah, I don't know. So we can unsiege this guy. So I have EU5, but not from Steam. So how do you get the mod? I don't know. How to do mods with the pirated version, and also, I mean, like, I'm just thinking through that. Like, I have incentives to encourage people to, like, buy the game, but also I, like, morally don't think, like, piracy is, like, the biggest issue, but also, if nobody supports the game doesn't get developed, right? So it's a thing of the commons. But, like, stealing a game is, like, different than stealing a taco, right? If you steal a digital product, then what happens is, someone else can still have the digital product because it's digital and it's a non-excludable thing. It doesn't eliminate it from other people being able to have it. But if you steal someone's taco and you eat it, they can't eat the taco, right? You now are the one who eat the taco. You are the one who knocks. And so, like, in the abstract, I don't have a problem with it, but, like, also, if everyone does that, then the game doesn't get developed. Right, as far as I know, you can only hit, like, if you purchase the game through an official channel, it's like, it's on Steam, so. I do believe there's, like, a mod folder, so you could try and figure out how to get the mod file and put it in the folder. Something like this. Certainly is a lot better than EU4. EU4 was so brain dead and stale. Yeah, it's also, like, a different game, too. Like, if you super, super loved, like, EU4 and you thought it was, like, the best ever and you like the arcadey aspects, there's fewer arcadey aspects in EU5. I still think it's pretty arcadey relative to Vic 3, though. I don't even know what we want here. We release slaves. Release all Sicilian slaves. This doesn't even have a fort in it, I don't think. Yeah, it doesn't have a fort in it, so it's not even getting more expensive. So I guess we have a lot more stuff to do. Can you give me the stack wipe, please? Or do we have to do this thing? They give me the stack wipe after I go through the trouble of, okay, of all that. That's funny. That's a good one. Alright. The systems are fun, but the balance and flavor are broken or largely missing. Yeah, and like, it has so many systems, but like a lot of the systems are like, probably could have some pretty significant improvements. I don't know. I think that, like, it's a little bit, it's not generous to content creators to call it, like, rage baiting, at least not all of them, but, like, I also think that, like, they're viewing it through the, like, lens of their own experience, which is, like, also subject to the, like, you have a few hundred hours, like, effect, and now you're noticing issues. And, like, I have close to 2,000 hours, so, like, I have, like, proportionally a very similar number of hours now that I did on release. I think after today, I might have 1,900. Reducing clicks would dramatically increase my enjoyment of the game. Yeah, this is one of the things, when I was giving UI feedback, this is the thing I was most focused on, was trying to encourage being as oriented around click reduction as possible. That's a good one. It's not going to let us push anymore, but if we roll the Parliament, we will be able to push to like 100 with that. That'll be really nice. This guy's also not able to push conciliatory anymore, so let's find something else. God, we could push defensive if we wanted. No. I kind of think it's probably... The thing is, we're not going to have push towards it once we go plutocratic. We could push outward, but like, its push is so slow. We could push quality, try and get above 50. I mean, we already have a progression towards quality. These modifiers are just ass, though. Yeah, I guess maybe we're done pushing values. Well, let's just come in and dev that. Victoria 3 is getting better at least. I think Victoria 3 is in a really good spot. I'm like, it's funny watching the Victoria 3 players, like, inverse correlation, or Vic 3 play count, inverse correlation with EU5 play count. Like, really strong inverse correlation. Vic 3 lost like half of its players when EU5 dropped, and now that EU5 player count is dropping, like, Vic 3 is coming back up. Without even getting a patch. It's kind of neat. Rage farming, I should try that. Playmaker, Playmaker, I think you get upset enough often enough, you don't need to necessarily try and rage farm. But I don't think you're rage farming, I think you're just upset about stuff. Although I guess I haven't seen as much of that lately. I don't think. But hello, welcome, Playmaker. Pushing 400 hours, very nice. I went back to EU4 and it's so much better. Bro, that video would go hard. That's the real content. You know what I should do is I should make that video. Bam. Like, I haven't played EU4 in like 10 years. Not 10, but like 4 or 5 or something like this. I think we still win this. Yeah. The real meta. Biggest complaint was that I tried to play a couple times and the patch messed up the game and I had to wait on a hotfix. Yeah, so I think that the way that they patched was just like really unfun from a user player experience, and I think they like kind of alienated a lot of people because they were bricking like strategies. I don't know. I think they should have done just bugs and like not tried to rebalance like week to week. I think rebalance week to week was like a mistake. Even if I agreed with most of the balances, which I didn't even... I pretty strongly disagreed with one of them, which was the, like, centralization one I thought was silly. Too lazy to rage farm. Even if they're not intentionally rage farming, it kind of takes putting out, the kind of takes they're putting out, contribute to the dynamic. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm generally, like, a lot more neutral. Generally I'm positive, but, like, not, like, I feel like uber slam dunkish positive. Like, I had negative things to say in my release review. Which I suppose I'm going to be revisiting pretty soon here, because I'm almost at 2,000 hours. Is the game playable on minimum PC requirements, or would it be torture? I assume it's playable on minimum, but I upgraded my PC specifically for this game after playing it in April. To be fair, the April build was, like, rough. Much rougher, but the game slows down quite a bit. I think you would probably want to be above requirement. Streams aren't real? Big true. I don't complain in videos too much. I'm working on 10 issues I have with design in EU5, but that's less like me saying it's Joe or the game's busted, and more just like, here's what I think could be improved. I don't know. Maybe people will take it the rage bait way, but like, people make these like broad, sweeping like categorical statements in a lot of those video types, and I'm just like, bro, that's like. Also, like there's often like a disconnect between like expectations and I think what can be reasonably like expected given the category. And like for grand strategy games, like on release, they're often like of a particular like you're not I feel like people compare like grand strategy games after they're 10 years old to grand strategy games on release, and they're like, oh, this game's broken on release, and it's like it's not a fair comparison. And they're like, oh, they released an undercooked game. Well, fair enough, but like point me to like a grand strategy game that's like more cooked on release. Like Vic 3 on release was like more rough than this. It's like comparing it to an imaginary version of the game that you want the game to be, but it's not. Almost. Maybe we like the trade efficiency more than the prod efficiency, to be honest. It's harder to get trade efficiency. Yeah. Trade efficiency also lets you go infinite sometimes. F it, we're gonna do it. Let's go. Making an adjustment. Holy shit, I want tacos now? Am I that far behind in chat? Oh no. Yeah. That's not pirating, it's going through a hassle to try a demo version before deciding whether it's worth buying. So far I bought most Paradox titles after 100 hours of testing. I mean, I think it's pirating. I don't think that there's necessarily like a huge moral issue with pirating, but I think like acting like it's not pirating is just like I think you're being you're defining it in a way that's just probably like convenient instead of like if these guys have the big boats, yeah. Yeah. What is the, yeah, it's a 0. Yeah, we'll take you on a 0-0, dog. You want to come in? I think AI is trained to unalive into your sieges to imbalance your army and kill the cannons so everything takes longer. Dude, these next level strats though. We do want our beer done. Market. Forever seeking beer done, to be honest. How valid is Roma's capital? Pretty bad. I mean, I don't think you could justify it. I think when you put Rome as your capital, you're playing RP, but it's like not the worst. It's not like putting your capital like inland or something. You're not like, it's wrong, but it's not like super trolling or something like this. Like, so I think putting your capital in Toledo for RP as Castile is just way worse. Because geographically you're like more central in Rome. Just the issue is you don't have the harbor to like for it to make sense, and that's pretty bad. But that means that just everywhere will have like 3 less control or something, which is not good. But it's like it's not like 10 less control or something. Rage farming village when subjects pushing decentralization to 100 is stupid, which pushes subject. Well, the thing is like the game was interesting, and like the decision here was like it was interesting because you had to figure out how to push centralization, right? And that was the sacrifices you made to be able to push centralization were interesting. Now you don't sacrifice anything; you go decentralization every game, and there's like 0 choices, and you do the same thing every time. And there's like you have to if you're like doing a meme build if you do anything other than that. Like, I guess we want this guy to join Order of the Dragon for the extra admin. Yeah. Okay. Playable into the 1500s on minimum. Okay. The centralization bricked 3 multiplayer lobbies I was in. Yeah, and then the people are like, oh, I'm done. Like, so, like, the thing is, having too many consecutive, like, huge metagame changes, I think is just really bad. And also, I think having metagame changes when people are trying to learn how to play the game is, like, you know, like, a extra problem. Let's actually merge these guys together. I actually feel lately the game shouldn't have been delayed, but just communicated differently. The game improves faster with the community having access. Yeah, I mean, the communication could have been better as well. They were just trying to go as fast as possible, rather than, like, communicate everything that was going on. I mean, I think that, like... I think that the people who really suffered are the people who are trying to figure out the game, and then the game changes under their feet, and, like, balance changes close to release. I think even if I like the balance changes, because I liked most of the balance changes, are probably just not like what you should be like focused on. U4 community was spoiled from the 5 years of banger DLC, where the Vic community was a little bit more masochistic. EU5 was better, was way better on release than I expected it. Yeah, I mean, I think EU5 like release was like. I was around for Vic 3 release, EU5 release, and CK release, and EU4 release, like, way back in the day. Like, EU4 release way back in the day was, like, completely vanilla. And, like, a lot of stuff, like, there was a lot of issues. Obviously, like, the standard then should be lower because the game's older, but, like... Did we annex this guy yet? No, we're still doing it. Let's go. Yeah, the saltpeter we're thinking of downgrading here, especially because there's a bonus. The thing is we don't need any saltpeter, so like what are we supposed to do? Actually, the thing to do is probably just to leave this urban just for the promotions until we need saltpeter. Which is like silly, but okay. Let's upgrade this to city. We also didn't have a full price collapse. I don't think we want to necessarily delay our city upgrade, but lumber's the issue, so maybe let's try and solve that. I think we're gonna put things on auto expand. Oh, this is gonna like not really work long term. Too many industries already auto-expanding. It's gonna be a problem. Maybe we can just hand-expand some of this instead of auto-expanding it, but I do think auto-expand's kind of the way to go. Okay, here's definitely great. Because we just have, like, some rural stuff, and it'll just be rural stuff plus the lumber. Generally kind of preferring the rural areas for the lumber mill. We've been thinking of downgrading that for a while, but if we maybe downgrade it, then expanding the lumber mills there is probably okay. Let's also make sure that they're all subsidized. CK3 was good on release, but it was also mostly an engine update and graphical overhaul. I didn't have a huge problem with the CK release, but like it did feel like kind of bland. Like Vic 3, or I mean EU5, like There's like so much like crazy shit going on. Like there's so much to take in and like interesting things going on. Why did they make Rome a bad capital then? I don't know. It's just a bad port. It's wrong, just not self-sabotage to have Rome as a capital. Yeah, like, I don't think it's, like, super, like, bad, but, like... Because there's some advantages for Rome as well. Like, if you have just Italy, like, it's mainly worse if you have more than Italy. And, like, your naval expansion elsewhere is bad, because Rome is actually in a decent place to push proximity, like, overland. Like, so in terms of the land, the place you are on land for your capital for pushing it, you're actually really nicely located, I think. Not the best, like, I think the best is, like, in the north, but... you're also, like, between stuff, so it, like, can make some sense. I don't know. Like, will we get price collapses on stuff here? We have at least that one. Florence has got wool plus. It's gonna make a lot of sense. It's already really expanded a ton of stuff though. Oh. We at least know we want to do that. We're gonna want to urbanize this, but it's not got a lot of pops yet. How do we feel about the upgrade here? Lumber's too expensive. Yep. That's the markets. So stuff we're specifically leaving rural is going to be nice to put on auto expand. So the iron in here are going to be decent spots. And then we can try and get some of this stuff in. On auto expand, yeah. Are these wetlands? Okay, I didn't notice that before. Okay. It's like wetlands are by a lake, and it's like, yes. Okay. Again, we don't care that it's in the Naples market. I mean, well, I mean, we care, but quite a bit of it here. I think in general, this is going to be something you max out on most runs in most situations, unless you just like to have an uber high amount of iron just naturally. Or that it's like a general throttle that it's pretty nice we have it in places where we're actually keeping urban or rural. Because it's better with it rural. That's also a reason to rural keep... if you have access to bog iron smelter, all other things equal, this is something that'll push you over the fence on wanting to keep something rural. So, like, maybe that's an argument against urbanizing some of this. But I think that we wanted it urban badly enough. I mean, maybe this sand is no good. We should have it rural, maybe. I think it's fine. Oh, why is this off? What? Whoopsie. Watch that push up our crown power a ton. I don't think it is going to. Alright, I'm falling behind on chat. Is Castile kind of cooked because the procs control mechanics? I haven't tried them in EU5. No, they get like so much unique stuff that they're just like crazy good. Castile just has a ton of just like random like super positive stuff going on for it. They're fine. The devs, well, a lot of them are from Spain. Let's just put it that way. I feel like capital should get enough boost that you shouldn't have to forego historical capital locations. I mean, who in early modern history had their capital in Rome, other than the Vatican? Like, look, if all you own is, like, just a snippet of land around Rome, then Rome's great. Like, if you just own these 3 provinces, Rome's fantastic as capital. It's probably even optimal, but, like, the broader context is you're conquering a whole ton, which isn't even really historical, right? So, like, when the historical context is not the same, even. Okay, so we can take kind of what we want, release the slaves. I think we want war reps and money, and we don't mind fighting them a little bit more, so... We don't really get a lot from, like, a long, drawn-out fight with them, though. And they're gonna keep raiding for slaves, so... Maybe this is a little bit of a leak. We're not correct. Oh, we also do want to have someone who's gonna have claims. Caramanids are probably fine. Let's make sure that we kind of give them a decent capital, though. So we'll release the Caramanids out of that. That's what we're going for, I think. Actually, we should just look at tax base and try and siege down. Or probably pops even. Actually, if we're grabbing something in this province, grabbing forts in this province is going to make sense. Maybe here actually even makes the most. Let's go. We have to take 2 forts over here, and we're pretty close to getting kind of what we want, so... Taking 1 fort is more appealing. Rome is the perfect capital when you actually form Rome. Big true. When all the roads are leading to Rome. I think that that's so silly that they just get perfect roads. Like, it's such a meme. It's like... Are we memeing or are we not memeing? You know what I mean? You know what I meme? We definitely have faith in the cabinet member who's family. Is there a battle going on somewhere? These guys suddenly decided that they thought peace was not an option. And basically no new content is the most popular 60% of CK2, but with a new engine and better graphics and more multiplayer stability. Losing all the DLC content was brutal. Yeah, there's so much content in EU5 though, but people are upset because like Japan is broken, and it's like, yeah, Japan is broken, but there's also a ton of content for everyone. Like, I remember the release of EU4, there was like 0 content for anything. Levy change was also a massive change, and it was so soon after release. Yeah, I think it's frustrating when you're like releasing guides and you're like levies are OP, and then like like 3 days like after release, it's like nope, levies suck balls. Like Okay, and now levies suck balls, but they're gonna not suck balls. Yeah. It's very frustrating from... Not that they should necessarily... They shouldn't balance the game around it, but like it's frustrating when you're trying to make tutorials for the game when they change stuff a bunch. I'm gonna save in case that actually just unslots it and we can't just choose the same thing, or I just want to peek and think about if we want to change something, get off 10% literacy. I think that we don't, but... Okay, so we want to, let's say we want to get off translated Bibles. Tolerance of heretics would maybe be the thing, but we convert so fast it doesn't matter now. Monthly rebel growth, I think is maybe kind of okay. Yeah, no, we just have the best things. We're done. We're done. No more swapping. You mean 4 levy rebalances before release and then after? Like they had no idea what they wanted? Yeah. I mean, they just like... The levy rebalances, like, honestly feel like they didn't play with the rebalance. As much as, like... So I kind of think it's a meme where the people are like, do the devs even play that game? Because, like... Devs, like... Generally will have a much better understanding of what's going on than the average player. And certainly not all players. Like, the people who are, like, hyper, like, in the game and, like, generally more active in the community, okay, like, a lot of them could do pretty good, but, like... I think we wanted this and release slaves. And war reparations, yeah. Okay. Do we split in half for this? I think that's a little risky. We do like winning battles, though. And they really like it if they're sieging something they want, so making them not siege it seems good. Gotta rebalance, gotta go fast. People don't talk about the Hoey 4 release. I don't remember the Hoey 4 release, so it's hard for me to talk about it. I'm speaking on the glitch where levies were infinitely replenished. Oh yeah, that was like an issue. Changing that didn't change the metagame as much as, like, I feel like the combat amount, but yeah, the wars are so much different now. Like, right now, the Ottomans are not just repeatedly throwing armies at us. We've exhausted their levies, and now we're in, like, siege mode. That's one of the reasons why we felt okay splitting there. Was that naval range? I thought that was trade range. Womp womp. When we picked it out to research. No, wait, no. We're moving towards the other stuff. Yeah, okay. This seems fine. But their big stacks are gone, basically. Oh, as I say, as a 10k stack appears on the horizon. Yeah. I'm not sure if... I didn't think we refilled Garrison. Hopefully they don't assault. We're just gonna keep our guys together after seeing, like, the 8k stack or whatever. This 9k is what we're thinking of right here. Maybe we're just supposed to take less stuff. Smyrna's not the expensive stuff. The expensive stuff is this, but this is so weird how we're generating claims. Oh, we could just release this. This guy will be historic. Yeah, we don't need this ish. We could go for it though. Maybe we should have stayed belligerent. Auto expand mod seems very worth it. It was like one of the #1 things I was requesting. Did the new Tinto talk include movable research priority, or was that a wild dream? Movable research that was a wild dream. Rome has a sweet inland river. What if you build fishing villages one tile over from Rome and project that way? It's not. No, it's just not it. You could make Rome rural and build fishing villages in Rome, and then you have big enough pop size that you like. I mean, maybe you're onto something here. You lose out on the Poundlock Canal that way, though. It's kind of hard to make that seem worth. God, we have so much money. I don't think we want to spend prestige here. I think we're gonna wait a month and then walk back. Or wait till the end ticks so that they can refill their garrison a little bit. We don't want to refill the garrison, but we don't want it to get one-tapped instantly by some random army. Then we want to reinforce, but I think that they're gonna be pretty willing to give up at this point. Maybe not. Alright. It'll help if we're actually sieging something, too. Actually, what are we doing? Can we stay still? Damn it. Should have waited for the morale to recover. I guess it's probably not going to matter, but... less casualties or whatever. I think if we just, wow. I was hoping if we just, like, wait until we get on the thing, we get to take a little bit more gold. But I think we do this. Release historic, feed this guy. This guy will have claims. We don't want to release Byzantium, though. Nope. Alright. I forget the name of the guy who's here. That's not Byzantium. Starts with a K, right? How's this guy? Cool. Completing this guy's province. Nice. Giving him way better capital. Were you supposed to keep bog iron smelter locations rural? If it's close. I can show you why. Scales with max RGO level. You get more max RGO level when you're rural, so you get more iron. Because the passage of time and how rivers move silt around, Rome used to be on the coast, but now inland because of how the shoreline moved. There we go. This guy hit me with some history. It's also harder to see the content in EU5. Yeah, this is something that content creators complain about a lot. Like, we don't know the conditions for hitting events, like, converting to Anglican, and it's like, we're trying to do Anglican for content, and we have no idea if Anglican's even in the game, basically. I dislike levies as a concept, so I hope they continue to suck. Generalists actually killing strong Ottomans in the womb. I mean, I gave them 130 years to do their thing. Do we want to not pick on the Ottomans from now on? I still want to move the market capital to this and annex this at the very least. We could give them back this. We could say we're sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. Diplomacy Q would be nice Q. Oh, holy shit, it would. Yeah. Alright, we're not gonna do it. Specifically with Milan, because we have to annex them. Let's annex Verona. There are multiple provinces, so I think that'll make sense. Oh, nope, it didn't make sense because we still have the Croatia going. One day we'll get the is much bigger modifier going on that guy. Probably not. A lot more pops though. We started with 67 million burgers, or 670,000 burgers. We're up to 932,000. I think we can urbanize this. We don't have the lumber collapse. I think that's fine. We want to get our pop promotions in. I think we don't have a masonry collapse in this market. That's not even stretching into the market. There's not a lot of stone and clay. I guess over here. Okay. I can't put in auto expands in subjects territory. But we're gonna solve it in our subjects territory. Let's do that. God, we have so much money. I think we might have hit event horizon for us just having as much money as we want always ever. So, as a consequence of that, gonna put in this, even though we don't have a wood price collapse on everything, us not expanding the stuff is probably going to cost us less. Or sorry, us not expanding the stuff is probably going to cost us more than finishing the auto expands, and we're not like waiting on gold basically. Let's try and see. Why does it have Niani market selected? The hell? Okay, I think we probably want to assimilate a different area now. We have one burger guy. We would prefer to have another Burger King. Alright, we're just gonna use him. He's almost dead anyways, age-wise. Actually, I think I like assimilating this more. It's gonna take forever to assimilate the Romans. What's the best way to maximize stacking of development? It's really important you get your prosperity up. That's the biggest driver of flat development. These must be released slaves. Yeah, Orthodoxy, Gricos. Just gonna give us hella promotions. You can see we are promoting a ton of these guys every month. You also have to make sure, the things that you can do is also make sure that the place has burger literacy, either by being urban or having a market capital, and also making sure it has a road. But other than that, prosperity is where most of the flat driver comes from, so you have to max prosperity. Hey Asa, how's it going? Impactful's trade range. The few times I've paid attention to made more difference in my income. I'm guessing it's like polarized how good it is. If it gains you access to a new market, it's like really big deal. If it doesn't, it's much less. I think we're gonna put in an active. What are our current trades? What are our high capacity trades? Still just exporting a ton of books. Gonna take a look at our least profitable trades. Cancel some of them, and then can we export fine cloth to stimulate our market a little bit more? That's not as we didn't quite want to send that much to Dubrovnik. Don't want to really send it to our own markets, but just looking to create a little bit more demand for it. No way we actually make this much, and like the thing is like actually failing this much, the auto. What? I don't think auto trade's gonna suck that hard. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't suck that hard. Yeah. So this is probably fine. They're not high value trades, but they're adding between them like around 5 demand to fine cloth. So they increased the demand of fine cloth by like 11%. So that should trend the price up. I don't know if this pip was from last month, but it should. The target price is 3.87 now instead, which should be nice for the profit of those buildings. I mean, it should really make the margin escape quite a bit. If the output price raises by like 10%, then that means the income is going to raise by about 10%. So it makes the potential profit's going to go up to like 50. Seems like a lot. We're still also thinking of no longer building these here, but we have other places that are expanding it, places that are really good for it, building it, like in here. Or we're in here where we have silk cotton, but we don't have those expansions going because the tailors guilds don't make a lot, but now they're starting to make some more money. I think we might be underutilizing this. Trading to create demand, to be honest, a little bit. That's, it says it's creating this much of demand, but it's only creating like half as much in terms of actual demand. The effective demand is less. Trade arranging helps with colonizing too, so you can supply the markets. Yep. Sanjiao gives deads. I think Korea video confirms Sanjiao's insane. It's super insane if you also stay monarchy. How many pops of enable culture are in the world? Neapolitan, I assume you mean? Close to 6 million. How come creators aren't reading the game files and making videos explaining content? That's a thing in other Paradox games. What do you mean? Bro, I'm making spreadsheets. I feel attacked right now. Why are the content creators smarter and more handsome and read faster and play faster? Not like this. Good evening, Rock and Roll Jew. How's it going? Going pretty good here. Formula for what? Someone's probably figured out a good religion, culture, country, continent to really push dev. You don't get too much from culture. I guess nation formations matter. You get quite a bit from Castile, so Sanjiao Castile is pretty solid. Thanks for the YouTube videos. You're very welcome. Would be smarter and more handsome if only they had a river map mode. Big true, actually. My kingdom for a river map mode. I've actually grown attached to this really janky ass map mode. This is not the real river map mode though, because you can click on the locations with the modded one. The real river map mode, you couldn't click on anything. You want to click on a location and select it? Eat shit. Alright. I think we come here. Getting ready to go for Jolof. Getting ready to be able to colonize, basically. Let's hit this coast. You don't want to send all the good characters because explorers usually die. What's our air right now? Do we want that guy to live? Probably. Despite him having a general trait. So I think he's in charge of this right now, no? No, he's not. Wait, where is that guy? Do we have him in the 1 Navy? I guess we have him here. Yeah, this is the guy we want. Why aren't more other content creators bald? I heard hair was growing on him. I think Shinto has some dev options. I don't think it does. I just played a Shinto. Unless I was missing something. You got behind on chat. You were saying that you had to read the game files to understand the event content. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. I thought you were trying to add us. You're like, yo dog, why aren't you better at the game? Is it harder in EU5? It is a lot harder in EU5. The game files are not as well organized in terms of, it's harder to mod too. From what I understand, I'm like less of a reading game files type guy. But if you have a program that like just scrapes it, then it's kind of okay and not that big a deal. But like if you're trying to like raw dog read it, it's like a lot worse. Sorry, my switch dropped context. No, you're good, you're good. I'm like fake upset anyways. Like I'm not actually like. People have to be like really insulting or something to like the people accidentally throwing shade doesn't really bother me unless it's like really accidental. You know what I mean? But we have the like sticky button on control. Yeah, this is what we were looking for. I was hoping to be able to upgrade some cities. But also by exporting this, we kind of open our possibility to have more urbanization in terms of pushing the economy towards an urban one. So, and that one feeds in with there's not too many industries that feed in to another one, but like dyes feed into fine grain, paper, or sorry, there's only a few industries that feed into other industries, right? Dyes, paper, tools, and then tools kind of feed into a whole bunch of stuff, but what we're going to say is like dyes and cloth are both feeder things, so I think that paper and fine cloth are probably the ones that maximize your burger count, which is like really what you care about. To be fair, a lot of dyes you just like also get naturally. So that makes marketplaces a lot better. Look where I have a decent amount of tax base, and then what's the market access look like here? So we could use another 5 to cap that out. And then this location has a decent amount, and this too. I already expanded those there. Let's do something like this. I mean, we probably could actually just like shift click like the entire thing. We wouldn't want ones that are like close to the middle, but like it's probably not the worst. Just control click though. No, we're not going to have a lot of industries here that are going to be very good, so us getting building slots is not that important. If we think that we're gonna like be capping out trade, this is probably fine. In a lot of instances, at least. It's just there's a lot of stuff going on in terms of what you're trying to achieve. You're trying to gain. You're trying to. You're pulled in 2 different directions because you want to place it in places that have good buildings, which are places that have good, like, potential RGOs, but these places with good potential RGOs, you also care about the supported building levels. Hope they integrate the roadmap into the river map. I'm excited to see the river map mode. I have plans for meme content for that. I think I'm going to do a river map mode time lapse. So it's just going to be this for like 2 hours. Which I think is hilarious. I could even just like make it a 2-hour video without actually doing the time lapse, but I think I might have to do the time lapse. It's funnier if it's in a real time lapse. The Buddhist sect options that you didn't explore at the end offers a lot of underlying benefits from the other Buddhist religions. So when I was taking a look at that, I did explore it, I just didn't do it in the video at all. A lot of it is just tolerance of heretics. Yeah, reading Korean how to figure out Joseon was a pain. I had to cheat because I missed the 1-year window. God, that's so stupid. Yeah. Is it worth pushing dev as colonial nation with the free 0.005? It's probably always worth pushing dev, just generally. Dev's really strong. Oh, you mean using a cabinet action? It becomes worse. GBD is pretty good at reading game files. How do you make GPT read the game files? You need to, like, write a special program or something like this, right? Or set it up. Just don't say anything bad about Carthage. Yeah, this is how you get banned. So you get banned for my chat. You can insult me, but not Carthage. This guy gets it. How much? Yeah, we don't even have that much RGO, just auto expansion going on. Or we set out in the RGO auto expansion. Although us pushing iron's good, yeah. We need a mod that imports Blorg from Solaris. Man, a true generalist gaming enjoyer here. Remembers the Stellaris runs. This is a man of taste. We could set up over here better than we have. I think we're... I love it when a province has both clay and lumber, because then you don't have to worry about what PM is being used. The masonry is always going to be good. Us having less control on the outskirts here is also not as big a deal. I think that's in the Naples market. Maybe do this. Except then we won't be able to export it as much in there. So here's the thing. We will be able to export twice as much cloth. So, for effective demand, if we make 10 tailors guilds, or if we produce 10 fine cloth here, that will be 10 effective demand. We could produce 20 fine cloth in Naples and export it here, and that'll produce 20 demand, or 20 supply and demand in the respective markets. So we could produce twice as many buildings per demand if we have a feeder market. Might be going a little bit deep in the tank with this one. Purposely playing Ottomans into 4th Age to understand the event. Was counting on your Tinto Talk summary. I recorded it. I didn't have enough time for upload, and I can't do upload speed. As soon as I'm done with the stream, I'm gonna record it. Actually, we're kind of overdue on ending the stream. I'm just thinking through. It might be the case that we're actually just supposed to. See, the problem though is like eventually we run out of building slots and pop to just build all of our production in our home market. But that's in theory what we would want to do, is build it all in the home market and then export it. Because then we get double the promotions in the home market, which gives us our own supply and demand stuff, and then we get to build twice as many things per demand. Right? Without even getting weirdly fiddly. Because the weirdly fiddly stuff is trading stuff back and forth. I need to think through that a little bit more. If we just have tons of... But you have to get the trade maintenance costs down, I think, for that to really make sense. But just thinking of it from the paradigm of we're trying to maximize burger promotions, trading everything makes sense. I think circling it back and forth maybe doesn't make sense, though. So then you would want a feeder market and a consumer market. But in theory, you also strongly prefer all your production to happen in high control areas, so we also should be kind of okay producing stuff out of like Athens or out of this or this, right? The high control locations we're kind of okay with. We haven't really concerned ourselves with thinking it from that perspective too much here, because everything is going to be relatively high control other than like once you start getting a little bit inland. But we're starting to get low control areas on this side of the coast, so maybe we should be thinking about it. Imagine if Hannibal was Hannibal, basically. more aerodynamic. The tile with the borders that would give crossing every spread. Subject made a new market. Covers total of 9 locations. Yeah. Feels bad, man. Something you could do that makes your subjects not as likely to do it is give them market access preference. They won't want to do it as much if you give them that. It's in the economy action here. This will also give you plus 30 relations or whatever. You did temp ban me for saying Carthage delta est. I'm not joking. It's not a drill. Sorry, to keep on point, just confirm the game. Shinto support Confucianism, offers monthly dev. Really? Shinto confirmed best religion then, I guess. Their CB isn't as good as it looks because you often can't use it. I think we're gonna see who else is streaming and look to get out our thing per the request. Our dev diary rundown. Let's do streaming EU5. Is anyone streaming EU5? We got a few people. We got someone wearing a Pope hat? We got someone wearing a Pope hat, but it's in a different religion or language, but they're wearing a Pope hat. Very tempted to raid the Pope hatter person. Wine Republic Wednesday, someone says. Welcome. I guess we'll raid them. They're playing a Republic, they're in Italy. Kind of, that's gonna be similar stuff, right? Let's throw it there. And then we, of course, will link to the YouTubers so that the YouTubers... Really, us linking to the YouTubers is not about... it's not about the YouTubers actually joining the Twitch people, because we know that they're not going to. But instead, it's about giving the YouTubers an opportunity to, you know, have a smug air of superiority that they're not going to join the Twitch viewers. It's not about it's the threat, it's the principle of the threat is stronger than the execution. This is classic chess thing. How's your harbor capacity in Rome? Like, actual? We have 35. So, we eat some problems going in. Not the worst. If we had our capital in Rome, it would just be like the equivalent of plus 3.5 control everywhere. That is coming out from Rome, which is like, I mean, that's an amount, but it's not like the end of the world. It's pretty good, though. I don't know. Anyways, we'll say goodbye to the YouTubers. Goodbye, YouTubers. And we'll say goodbye to the Twitch people. Raid on? Or raid time. Yeah.